Hey everyone, and welcome to Linux Administration Troubleshooting. This is the course where all the users, specifically those who have spent quite a few years in Linux, and they need to know how to troubleshoot administrative related issue like everyday issues for Linux. All right, I have broken down this course in three different sections to make it a lot easier for you to understand and focus only on administrative troubleshooting tasks. The first section is about course overview, which I'm doing right now, and therefore I request you to please spend just 2 minutes with me and go over together to understand what exactly I am covering in this course and whether this course is worthwhile for you or not. All right, then comes to section two, which is about lab setup. This is a section where we'll create our lab so we could practice our real life troubleshooting issues or scenarios in our lab. So what we'll do in the lab setup is we'll go over the introduction of the lab, and then we'll design how the lab will be set up. Then we'll go over the introduction to virtualization. What is virtualization? More specifically, Oracle VirtualBox. Then we'll download and install VirtualBox software from Oracle, or you could go with the VMware VirtualBox. I would prefer Oracle VirtualBox. Then we'll go and create a new virtual machine within our virtualization software. So once we have the virtual machine set up, then it's time to go and download and install our Linux operating system. Beautiful. Okay, in section three, we'll do Linux system administration troubleshooting. The real work. All right, let's see what are the real life example scenarios or troubleshootings that I have created. All right, so first one is what happens if your Linux system runs out of memory. How you could add a swap space to your machine when, of course, you run out of memory. Trouble using VI editor, unable to get an IP address to your Linux machine, and if you do, then still your Linux machine is not reachable. Why? This is where what we will cover. Then we'll talk about the trouble that a system administrator could have at system reboot or process restart. Also, issues running system administration commands. There are many commands that you could have issues, that syntax issue or permission issues. We'll talk about that. Then issues changing password, whether a regular user password or root password. Then user home directories issues. Moving on to changing every instance of a file. Then using a sed command for troubleshooting efficiently. Then how you could kill a process, a user, or terminal. Let's say if your system is running very hot and it needs to free up resources. Then how you could recover a forgotten root password. Then how you could run an SOS report so you could provide that to your vendor, for example, Red Hat. Then how you could list the users who logged in for a specific date for troubleshooting security related issues. If your system is running slow, what are the things you should do to troubleshoot? And lastly, troubleshooting issues that are related to patches and updates. You see, I have added a lot of administration related troubleshooting in this course, and I'm telling you, you're going to learn so much in this course. So let's dive right in. Now here we will look at the Linux account authentication. What does it really mean? Is that you create local accounts, right, on your local computer. In this case, we have our Linux machine. We created our local accounts. We just learned that, right? So what if you have like thousands of users? So then how can you manage all those users? How can you change their password? So then that's the problem comes in when you have to actually add multiple users to, of course, multiple servers as well. So what will happen if a user joins a company and or a system administrator or a new user joins a company and you have to create his or her account to, let's say, 1,000 servers. Now are you going to log into every server and create a user account? Well, that's not efficient. And usually the companies don't work that way and they don't actually create user accounts individually to each server. So what they do is in Windows environment, they add some kind of directory service or directory server where user could log in having the authentication through a different server. So how it works, so let's see what type of accounts there are. So there are basically two type of accounts that you have. One account that is sitting local to your machine, meaning that you create a user account in Linux machine by running a command user add, and then you add it to the group or give permissions and so on. So most of the Linux accounts we created locally, and the reason we create most of the Linux accounts is because Linux is not like a, a, a user environment where user will log in and perform different tasks. It is basically used for system administration purposes or for to run major applications. Anyway, so if you need to create a local user account, we already learned that. Now, the question comes in, what if you have to create a user account to 10,000 different servers? Then you have to have a domain or directory accounts on a server. So how it works is you have all your user accounts under one database. So look at this picture. So you have a client, which is a server, which is your Linux machine, any Linux machine that you have installed. And then you have another server, which is, in our case, we call it a directory server. So a directory server, a user try to log into the client, and the account authentication goes against the server. So the server checks to see if that account exists. And if the account exists, it will reply back saying the user has been authenticated and it's okay for user to go ahead and log in. And that's how a user that is created on the directory structure will log in. Now remember, this is not for those users that are created locally. This authentication process only works with the client and the server. So there is a server out there in Windows, there's Active Directory. So it gets authenticated, it comes back, and that's how you get it authenticated. So in Windows, now Windows has this product Active Directory, which is called Microsoft Active Directory, which is awesome product. It works so good. It works so efficiently for the users. So how it works is you go into the Windows Active Directory server, you create an account on the Active Directory, and then it gets authenticated, and then you can log into the client. So now remember how this works. This goes into the server and what protocol is uses. If you need to log into a server, what protocol you use? You use SSH, right? So if you want to log into the server using Active Directory or some kind of a directory service, you will use a, a protocol called LDAP. So the question is, does Linux uses LDAP? Now remember one thing, guys. LDAP is it's a protocol. It's not a directory that you get authenticated for Linux users. A lot of people have this misconception. So please clear that misconception that LDAP is not used for Linux. LDAP is just a protocol that is used for Windows, for Linux, or any server or any even Mac. They use this protocol to authenticate against a directory. So what does LDAP is? So why a lot of people says, well, LDAP, use LDAP for Linux. Well, that's not a real case. So in my next lesson, I will tell you exactly the difference between LDAP, Active Directory, and all other different directory servers that are out there that you could use for Linux authentication or even for Windows authentication. Not necessarily Windows needs to use Active Directory. There are other products people use. So Active Directory is native to Windows. That's why people use it and mostly use it in a corporate environment. But in Linux, I'm telling you again, there is no such thing called LDAP. And people say, hey, go ahead, use LDAP. No. LDAP, again, it's a protocol. You could look it up. It's called Lightweight Directory Assistant Protocol or Directory something protocol. You could look it up. So anyway, so that's a protocol that is used. So I'll go over to the next lesson and I'll explain you the difference between every directory services. Processes and jobs. Before we get into this lesson, I want you to understand what exactly each term means in Linux environment.
Well, first we have applications, which are also referred to as service. An application or a service is like a program that runs in your computer. And then application could be anything, like in Windows, you have Microsoft Word, PowerPoint. In Linux, you have programs or applications like NTP, NFS, Apache, and a whole bunch of different programs. So that is an application and service that runs on your computer. Then you have a script. What exactly a script is? A script is something that is written in a file and then packaged it to in a way that it will execute. So any application that is running in your computer, for example, Apache, you would have to run that as a script, and that will run in the background. So that's actually a script. And also all those different commands that we run in our Linux environment, all of them are also referred to as scripts. Then we have a process. What is a process? When you run an application or when you start up an application, it actually generates process with this process ID. Now, processes could be one associated to that application, or it could be multiple processes. Then we have daemon. The daemon is, I could tell you when I compare it with a process, is something that continuously runs in the background, or it doesn't stops. So when you run a daemon, which is also a process, but it keeps on running in the background and it keeps listening to the incoming traffic or outgoing traffic. Then there is a thread or threads. Every process could have multiple threads associated with it. An application that is running in your background, let's say NFS, when you run that application in your Linux machine, it could have many multiple threads. If a remote machine tried to connect to you through NFS, it will generate one thread for it, and it will generate a second thread or third thread for other computers that are attaching to it. Then we have a job. A job is something that is created by scheduler, like a work order, to run those application and services.
All right, guys, now it's time to look at the monitors that we have available to manage our processes. So when an operating system boots up, many programs get loaded into system memory. These processes, or you want to call them programs, need to be managed and monitored very closely because they consume mainly three system resources, and those resources are CPU, memory, and disk space. If they are mismanaged, then system can stress out and shut down on you, and application and your production applications can actually break. All right, so what are those monitor or the commands that we have available to us in our Linux system? So let's take a look here. The very first one is df, which actually monitors or actually gives you the statistics on your file system. Then you have disk as usage, which gives you the how much usage of the disk is being utilized by each file, not just a file system, but by each file. Then we have uptime, which tells you the system how long it's been up for. Then we have top command, a lot of things that we need to cover in top. Free, LSOF or list open file system, TCP dump, netstat, ps command, kill command, and some other commands such as vmstat, iostat, iftop, etc. So these are the few commands we'll go over real quickly. So stay with me and we'll cover them one by one. So I have my Linux system open up right here. Okay. So I am logged in as who am I? As root, and I'm logged into my system called my first Linux VM or whatever the name that you have chosen. All right, let's start with the very first command, which is df command. Before I run the command, I want you to run man on df command and quickly skim through what is the description about, what is the name, what are the different options that are used with that command. So if you hit spacebar, it will bring you down to the second page. You will see all these options that are available with each of that command. If you want to get out of the man page, as you know, just simply hit Q and it will get out. Now, as it mentioned in man, it actually reports file system disk usage space. So we have a file system in our Linux system. And how do we check that file system and how much disk space that is utilized in that? You could just simply run df command. This will give you the file system name, um, the size in kilobyte, the usage, the availability, usage, and mounted on, which mount point. So if you just run a df command, you will see that in kilobytes. I would recommend that you always run with the option df minus h, h meaning human readable. So hit enter and you will see right here the file system. The size it gives you 376 meg used, available, percentage, and mounted on. So now it's a lot easier to read than just the number. Okay, so as you notice here, if you go by column, the first one is the file system. This first column, you see dev tmpfs, 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 three of them. Then we have this dev mapper rel my first Linux VM root, which has the size on it, which we'll cover in a second. And then we have the last file system is dev sd1. All right, so the first four of them, this dev tmpfs or just tmpfs. These are file system for your swap space. Our swap space has been carved out for 2 gig. How do we check the swap space, which we will cover in the next few commands when we go through it. So from here till down, everything is swap space, but the real file system that you want to cover is these two. Okay, so let's focus on these two. The first one is tell you the file system. The second one tells you the size that we have carved out for that file system, which is 17 gig. How much is it used out of the 17? 4.8 gig only. How much we have available or left? 13 gig. How much is used in percentage? So basically this is percentage into what we have total, which is 29%. And where is it mounted to? It is mounted on our main root file system, which is slash. The second file system is dev sda1, which is 101M, which is the 1 gig if you convert that into gig. And used is 244, available to 771, 24%, and boot. This is the file system that's given to our boot. All whenever you boot up your Linux system, there are certain files that are located on slash boot. So the operating system will go into slash boot and find those files and boot up your system. How the system boot up works, that will be covered later on in Red Hat RH134 section. All right, so this is about df minus h command. Let's move on to du command. By the way, if you see the usage somewhere here which it says 98%, 100%, it means your file system is getting full. And you need to find out why it is getting full. That's when the second command comes in. Let's say if you wanted to know your slash file system is 100% and you want to know which individual file is actually causing or is the culprit that you could delete to reclaim your space. That's when you use the command du, which is disk usage. So do man du, and you will see right here estimate file space usage. Now this is not about the file system, it's about the actual files. So if I do du and I will do on slash, you will see each and individual file that is in my operating system with its size, and it goes so fast. So it's very hard to read. So what I do is, let's control C out of it. What I would do is du minus k for kilobyte and then slash. Again, it will give me a lot of them, a lot of all the file system in kilobyte. Still not easy to read. So what I will do is hit up arrow key. Then I will pipe it to sort in reverse order. And then before it goes too many files in one shot on the screen, I will do more. So this is going to give me the file usage in kilobyte of root file system in reverse order, meaning the highest number will be on top and I want one page at a time. Okay, let's move this down. Let's hit enter. Okay, now it's going through some calculation. When you see this message coming up as no file system, let me move up. Right here, no such file or directory. Just ignore it. These are the files that are in the system process when you see proc. So just simply ignore it. All right, right here, as you see, the very first directory that is using the highest disk space is right here, your root. Okay, so this is our main directory where everything is mounted. We know that. Next, the highest disk usage in our system is user. Within user, there's a directory called share, and then there's another directory lib64 and so forth. Now, if you wanted to get that du in kilobyte instead of kilobyte, you wanted to get in human readable, again, just like df, you could also do h and hit enter. And this will go through again the same thing. Ignore, cannot access, no such file directory messages. And right here, you're going to see the human readable 1000K kilobyte. Where is it? User share microcode, blah, blah, blah. This is the file name. That's where it's using. As you scroll down, you're going to see the size is going to go down because we have sorted into reverse order. See right here, this is all it's going to tell you what are the files, and then you could simply tell, hey, this is the file that is taking up all that space. So I am going to delete that file to reclaim it. But of course, before you delete it, make sure you check with the file owner or make a backup copy some on another server, and this way you don't delete any important file accidentally. All right, so this is about df and du. Let's clear the screen. By the way, before I move on, I wanted to show you another option of df command, which is t, sorry, uppercase T. The uppercase T actually tell you what type of file system we have. So there are different type of file system in Linux. There is ext3, ext4, and exfs. So if you're looking for a file system type, then you type df minus uppercase T and it will give you tempfs, tempfs, xfs. See right here, this one will give you the file type. All right, let's move on. The next command we are going to cover is uptime, man uptime. And this tell you how long the system has been up and running. So if I have rebooted my system just now, it is going to tell me the time it's been up. So if I do uptime, you will see my system has been up since this is the right existing time, and it has been up for 41 minutes. The number of users that's been logged in since I've been up or logged in right now is one user. Load average, the system load average in percentage, the last minute, 5 minutes, and 15 minutes respectively. It's very important that you run uptime if your system is running slower, response time is slower, someone complaining that it's very slow or sluggish. You go come in, you type uptime, and you will see the load here that it's most likely it's gonna be higher. All right, next command and every system administrator's favorite command, and that is top. Before you run the top command, do man top and you will see the information about the top display Linux processes. all the processes that you are running on your Linux system will be displayed by running the command top. And if you want to find out more information or description of top, simply read through it. There are many different options with the top. It's a command that offers many features within itself. So let's go right into the top command. Hit top and type top and hit enter. All right, I'm gonna go very quickly with this top command because if I have to go through every single detail, it could take me hours to explain. So I'm gonna go through the basic and important stuff that you should know. The first line says the command, the time right now, the system has been up and running, one user, and load average. If you remember, this same line is available to us from the uptime command. Second line, tasks, total tasks that we are running in our system or processes. Two of them are running, 188 are sleeping. Zero stop, zero zombie. CPU. CPU is 30.7, and there are different system information about the CPU, idle, wait, high. If your CPU right here comes up as, for example, 95%, then definitely means something is wrong with your system, and there might be a process right here, which we'll cover in a second, that is causing your CPU load to go up. Then we have memory. Total memory right here we have 109. This is in meg. If you if you divide that with 1024, you're gonna see most close to 1 gig. That's what we carved out for physical memory. Free 121, 498 is in used. Buffer size, cache size. Next one is swap space. We have our operating system carved out the swap space for Linux system, which is 2 gig. Total is free right here, 1382. Use 665 and available memory right here. Now let's come down to these columns. These column I have an information right here on my quick document right here. It will give us each column's information. The very first one is the process ID. Every time you run a process in Linux system, the operating system assigns an ID to that process. And that ID is shown right here. The reason you see that ID is so if you wanted to stop that process, you could stop it through by the process ID, and you could use the kill command, which we'll cover in a few seconds, to kill that process if that is something you wanted to stop and free up the resources. Next one is user, simple, who owns that process or who started that process. As you see, most of that process right here owned by root. If I'm running a process in the background, for example, if I'm running another top command right here, it's telling me I'm running the top command. And who's running the top command? Root myself is running a top command. So this top command is telling it about itself. Next one is PR, process priority. Each process can be assigned a priority depending on how CPU handles that process, which one comes first. Next one is NI, the nice value of the process. Second, third, sorry, one, two, three, four. Fifth one is virtual amount of virtual memory used by process. Then amount of resident memory used by process, which is this local. Amount of shared memory used by a process. Then we have status of the process. There are many status, sleeping, and then R for running, and there are other process statuses which I don't remember on top of my head, but you could look it up online and you'll find all these statuses up information. Then simple this column CPU percentage. This one is the one that you need to look at. If a process that you see right here, this is going to be the name of the process where you see command. If that process is using up, for example, 95 or 100% CPU, Right away, you could tell, hey, I know which process is causing the problem for our system. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kill that process. Same thing with memory. If a process is using up a lot of memory, it will show up right here and you have to go and kill it. And time it's been up for and command, the name of the command of that process will be shown right here. All right. Now that's about the top. As I said, the top has a lot of information to offer. And I would highly recommend you to spend more time to learn about the process, learn about the top command and its other options by going through the man command, or if you want to look it up online, be my guest. If you want to get out of the top command, just simply hit Q and you will get your prompt back. Next command is free. Free will give you the information about your memory. So we talked about CPU memory all in one. Top can give you that, or if you want to be specific to find out only about your memory, you just type free. If you wanted to see the free or the memory information in megabyte, you type minus M for megabyte, and it'll give you the memory's size in megabyte. This is the physical memory we have, which is 109 that we have assigned when we built our system. So if I go to my Oracle VirtualBox, go to settings, go to system, and in the memory, see right here is base memory 1024. This is the memory that's given to my Linux machine, and it rounded up something around 809, so we know it is close to 1 gig. Then this is a swap space that's given to the system by operating system. When we install the operating system itself carved out swap space for itself, and swap space is actually a space that is on the disk. It is not a dedicated memory like a physical memory like a DIM on a system. It's actually a space carved out on a disk. If I do df minus h again, you're going to see right here this dev sd1 is 1 gig. This is this memory. Whereas this swap or virtual disk, this is carved out from the swap. Why? If you notice right here, dev mapper, this is 17 gig. When we actually created the file system, sorry, installed the operating system, you go to setting, you go to storage, and you're gonna see right here, we actually built the system with 20 gig, right? So why is showing 17 gig? It's because 1 gig was given to the boot file system by the operating system that left with 2 gig. Where did that 2 gig go? The 2 gig was assigned to swap right here when the operating system was built. Now 17 plus 1, 18 plus 2, 20. Now we know where the 20 gig disk space is. All right, moving on from free to LSOF, which means a list open file. So when you are running a process most likely will go into certain files, some certain configuration file to look what it needs to do. It needs some instructions. So sometimes when you stop a process, the files that it was looking into remain open, which can also cause a system to break or slow down. So you could find the list of open files by running the command lsof. But before we do that, do man lsof. You get more information, list open files, and all the options that are available with that command. If you just simply run lsof, you're going to find a bunch of files right here, which goes through so much because we have so many processes running. So each process could have multiple files open. If it is actually asking hardware to print something, asking mouse to move, or asking keyboard to type, it's actually going through each file and touching that file. All right, then we have the next command, TCP dump, one of my favorite command. This is specifically for networking. So what is coming, which activity coming into the system, which traffic going out of the system, this is the command will tell you everything. So If you simply run TCP dump, you're going to see this bunch of information coming in and out of your system. So you're probably going to have a hard time reading it. So let's control C and let's look at it, and it's going to tell you the time, the IP address, where is it coming from, what's the gateway, what's the broadcast information, so much. What I will do, which is my favorite option, first I need to find out which what is the name of my interface. For that, I'll have to run command if config, and it will tell me this ENP0S3 is my interface. So I'll do TCP dump minus I and then ENP0S3. It means I wanted to see all the traffic that are flowing over this network interface. I don't want to know any of the traffic that happening internally, which is local or on the virtual adapter. I just wanted to see TCP dump network traffic coming in and out of this interface. Hit enter. You're gonna see all the information. Again, there's so much going in, so much coming back that you will see. See right here, um, this is the traffic coming in, coming out. This is the iPad for my son who's connecting to my computer as well. This is the name of our Linux machine, and it's going to my router. What are the traffic coming in? What is the protocol? There's so much information that you could get. And if you are troubleshooting to Hey boys and girls, and welcome to Tune System Performance video. Linux system comes fine-tuned by default when you install it for the first time. However, there are a few tweaks that can be done based on system performance and application requirements. In this lesson, we will learn how to optimize system performance by selecting a tuning profile managed by TuneD daemon and prioritize or deprioritize specific processes with nice and renice commands. What is TuneD? TuneD pronounced as tune and D at the end. Tune is for system tuning and D is for daemon. And as if you remember, daemon is something that continuously run in the background of your system. It is system D service that is used to tune Linux system performance. It is installed in CentOS Red Hat version 7 and 8 by default. TuneD package name is TuneD as its name sounds. The TuneD service comes with predefined profiles and settings. The list of profiles we will be discussing in the next page. Based on selected profile that is given to you by TuneD service, it automatically adjusts system to get the best performance. For example, TuneD will adjust networking if you are downloading a large file like an ISO file or something like that, or it will adjust IO setting if it detects high storage read and write. So TuneD daemon applies system setting when the service starts or upon selection of a new tuning profile. So what are those profiles that are given to us? By default, when you install or when you have TuneD service or daemon running, it gives you some of the predefined profile out of the box for you. The first one is balanced D, which deals for systems that require a compromise between power saving and performance. Desktop profile derived from the balanced profile provides faster response for of interactive application. Throughput performance tunes the system for maximum throughput, latency performance, networking, network throughput, power save, Oracle, which are for Oracle database or application related, virtual guest if you're running your machine as a virtual machine, virtual host, tune the system for maximum performance if it acts as a host for virtual machine. So these are all the tune profiles there are. There could be added more, but depending on the application. For example, let's say if you're running SAP application on your system or any other application, you could actually get the profile from the vendor and add that to your Tune D system to manage it. Okay, so moving on, how do we check if TuneD package has been installed? The command is simple is rpm minus keyways to query all, which will give you the list of all the packages. Then you could just simply grep for tune D. So let's go right into our system. I have my system open right here. and my terminal window is already open. I have two terminal windows open. If you don't, you could open another one because we will be testing some other commands and check it from the other terminal. Anyway, let's start with the first window terminal and we will check if we have package installed, which is rpm-qa and grep for tund. Okay, so we got the result back, and here is the package and its version of the package. And it's right now it's telling me that it's Enterprise Linux 8. That's the name of the package or operating system installed on. Okay, so going further down, install tune package if not installed already. So we already installed. If we didn't have it, we would have used this command yum install tund, or for newer versions, the dnf install tund. Then check tund service status if that service is running. The command is systemctl. You'll check the status, enable it, start it, or stop it, the tund. So let's check the status of our tund system ctl status tund. And right here it says loaded and active running. Beautiful. Okay, moving on. And to enable the tund service, to enable it at boot time, which we already have. So command to change setting for tund daemon, that is tune adm. That's the command that is used to set the profile based on your system requirement. So to check which profile is active right now that tund is using, the command for that is tund-adm space active. So let's run that command and we will do tune. Let me clear the screen. Then I will run tund-adm active. And right now it's telling me current active profile that's been active is virtual guest. So my machine right here, where I'm running the Linux machine, it is running as a virtual machine. So by default, it has selected this profile and the system or the operating system will fine tune or changes the setting based on the profile it has selected. Then we have to list all available profiles that we have. The profiles that we listed in the last slide, we'll see most of those profiles listed when we run this command. So let's go back in and clear the screen again. So this way we'll have a clear command visible. So tund-adm list. Okay, see right here, you see all these profiles that we talked about in the last slide, balance, desktop, and there are a few more. Intel, latency, performance are the same one, network latency, network throughput. I want you to read every one of them and understand what is the purpose of each profile and whether you should select which profile based on the system requirement. If you really want some of the network performance and you are downloading ISO or big image file, then you probably want to go with network throughput, optimized for streaming network throughput. Generally only necessary on older CPU or 40 plus gig network. So read through it, understand each one of them, but this will give you by default all the tuning settings that you want to enable instead of you going into the configuration file and making your own changes. Okay, then moving on to the next slide to change to desired profile. So if I wanted to switch to a different profile, all you have to do is tune-adm profile space the profile name. So let's do that. These are the profiles that I have available. So if I wanted to change it, for example, to desktop or balance, for example, I would do tune ADM profile balanced. It'll take a second and it came back. Now, if you run the command tune -adm active, and you will see the profile that has been selected is balanced instead of what we had virtual machine selected before right here. Sorry, virtual guest that's what it was selected. Next one we have check for tune D recommendation. So sometimes you change certain things, but then when you run this command, it will tell you what profile you should select based on the system that you are running. Okay, let's go to our system, clear the screen. Tune D, ADM recommend. Recommend me the profile that I should be using. And it's telling you you should be using virtual guest. Yes, it detects that I'm using a virtual machine, so it should that we should select virtual guest profile. Okay. Turn off tune D setting daemon. If you don't want the system to select any profile, you want to do things manually, you could turn that off. So you do tune D and simply off. Now, if you want to check which profile has been selected, you will do tune the ADM again, same thing to active, and it will tell you no current active profile. Then we have change profile through web console. So we could also change the profile through the GUI, the web console that we could get access from the cockpit package, which allows us to get access to web console. So how do you have to log in? You could just simply go to https colon slash slash the IP address of your machine and the port 9090, and then you'll go there. Select overview, configuration, and performance profile. So let's quickly check. I have my Firefox open, and I have already entered the IP address of my machine, which is 10.253.1.18, port 9090, and it will brought me to the login page. I entered my username and password, and it brought me to this main dashboard. So if you wanted to check the IP address of your machine so you could enter it to your browser, you could just simply do ifconfig ENP0S3. I know the interface that's using is ENP0S3, so you'll run it and you'll see it's 10.253.1.18. When you enter that IP in your browser and you're not getting access to this page, then most likely your firewall is enabled up and running. So to check the firewall if it's enabled and running, you do system CTL status firewall D. Okay, by looking at this, you could see it's loaded and it's inactive. If it was active, then most likely I would not have access to this page. Then you actually have to go into the firewall and allow that port 9090 to get access through the web browser page. So the easiest way, if you are doing everything on non-production or your lab environment, then I would suggest then simply go ahead and do systemctl stop firewall, and you will be able to access your web page or web portal management. Okay, anyway, coming back to the web portal, right here you go to overview. In the overview, you go to configuration, and in the configuration, you will see right here it says performance profile virtual guest. Click on this one and select which profile you want to select. So let's say if you want to select a balanced, and click change profile, and it will change it to balanced profile. You don't have to reboot the machine, you don't have to make any changes whatsoever, and it will be applied right away. Okay, the next thing is another way. Okay, so pretty much going back, this is all about system tuning through tune d daemon or the service. All these profiles have are available to you. All you have to do is select the desired application or desired profile based on your application and enable that profile. All right, moving on to nice and re-nice. Another way of keeping your system fine-tuned is by prioritizing process through nice and re-nice command. If a server has one CPU, then it can execute one computation or process at a time as they come in. So it's like first come, first serve, while other processes must wait or they have to wait. That's how one CPU would take the execution of a process one at a time. So, of course, it does run other processes one by one in a round robin way. But what if you wanted to prioritize that? the processes that come in, because one process could be more valuable or more important than the other. So with nice and renice command, we could make that system to give preference to certain processes than others. This priority can be set at 40 different levels. Yes, there are many different levels on that priority. The nice level value range from -20, which is the highest priority, to 19, which is the lowest priority. So the minus, the negative sign, gives you the highest priority. And by default, processes inherit their nice level from their parent, which is usually 0. Okay, to check process priority, you could run command top. That will give you which priority each process is running. So when you're gonna run top, you're gonna see two columns in the top. So let me go into the Linux machine and I will run the command. So let me clear the screen and I'll run top. Now here in the top command, you're gonna notice the first column PID, which is the process ID, the user who is running that command, the PR, and the NI. So the PR is the system priority level. Then the NI is the actual user setting, the nice level that you actually set. So what are the difference between this one and that one? What is the difference? So let's go to our diagram right here and you'll see in the nice level, we have higher priority -20, lower priority 19. But system has its own priority that actually aligns it to the user nice level. And that goes from RT -99 all the way to 39. So nice value is a user space, and priority PR is the process's actual priority that's used by Linux kernel. In Linux system, priorities are 0 to 139, in which 0 to 99 for real-time processes and 100 to 139 are for the users. So hopefully you understand that. For the nice level, you only have up from -20 to 19, whereas the system has its own priority alignment from 0 to 139. Okay, process priority can be viewed through PS command as well with the right options if supplied. So what are those options? Here are the options: PS space AXO PID comma COMM comma nice comma CLS dash S short equal minus nice. So let's go and run that command. Clear the screen. PSAXO PID comma com comma nice comma CLS dash dash, and what is after that, short equal nice. And you will see all the process that are running in your system with the priority level assigned to them. As you move up, you're going to see starting from 19 to 5100 all the way to -20. Okay, then get into the real commands. What if you want to set the priority of a process? To set the priority of a process, of a desired process, if you have one process running, for example, Oracle process, and you want that Oracle process to get the highest priority, then you have to run the command nice with -n with the number of the actual number of the priority and the process name. So for example, nice -n -15 and top. Top is actually a process itself. So let's run that in our Linux machine. And here we will use two windows. That's why I had the two windows open. Let's clear the screen. So I want you to run just top right now and hit enter, and you're going to see the top command itself is being displayed in the priorities as system priority to 0 and nice level to system priority to 20 and nice level to 0. Now what if you wanted to change it to -15 priority? So just quit out of it, but by hitting just Q key, go back here, and I want you to go to the other window. I want you to type nice minus 15 because minus 15 is the highest priority, and then run top. Okay, it is running that top command, and you're gonna see right here, this is our top command. The system assigned process priority is 5, and the user assigned nice priority level is minus 15. Now, what if you wanted to change that? You don't want to stop the process, but you wanted to change its priority. So to change priority, you have to use the command renice. Same way with minus n, priority number, and process name. For example, renice minus n 12, and in this case, you cannot use the process name. You have to use the process ID of that process that's been running. Okay, so let's go to our machine again. And here, um, if I'm coming here to the nice command right here, sorry, to the top command, it has 5 and minus 15. The only way we could change that if you could find out is process ID, and its process ID is 9360. Beautiful. Okay, so let's clear the screen here and do renice minus n, and instead of minus 15, we wanted to change it to 12, for example. So what was the process ID? Um, I forgot. Okay, 9360. Sorry, 9360. Hit enter. And right away, you're going to see 9360 process ID, old priority was minus 15. Now the new priority is 12. Let's verify it. There you go. So the user assigned nice number is 12. System assigned priority is 32. So that's how you changes the priority of a process. And that's how you make your Linux system do the fine tuning and get the best system performance out of your box. Hey folks, in this video we are going to learn the special permissions that can be set to files and directories using setuid, setGroupID, and sticky bit. We all know permissions on a file or directory are referred to as bits. So when you do the listing of files and directories, you will see each file or directory has read, write, and executable permission, and all of them are in three different categories. The first set of bits, the three, are categorized for users, the person who is creating their file. The second one is for the group, and the third one is for others. Now, all of these are referred to as bits, and you could change these bits by running which command? Yes, by change mod command. Now there are three different additional permissions in Linux. First one is setuid. This is a bit that tells Linux to run a program with the effective user ID of the owner instead of the executor. So for example, if you run a command as a regular user, the command password, you will see that command is actually being run by root, because root has to update the etc shadow file, and a regular user does not have permissions to update the etc shadow file. That is why that sticky bit, sorry, that set UID is assigned to that program. Similarly, there's another one, set group ID, which tells the Linux to run a program with effective group ID of the owner instead of the executor. And the examples of couple of commands are locate or wall command. If you do ls-l on locate or wall, you will see those bits assigned to these programs. Please note, these bits are present for only files which have executable permissions. And remember one thing, these set UID, set group ID, these are not the actual command that you would run to set these bits. You will run the same command change mod to set the UID and group ID. Then the third one is sticky bit. This is a bit set on files and directories that allows only the owner or root to delete those files or directories. All right, moving on to assign special permissions at a user level. You could do change mod user plus S. This is to set user ID of a program. To assign special permissions at a group level, you would do the same thing, change mod, but use G plus S and the program. To remove these special permissions at a user or group level, you'll use minus sign at U or group sign or minus sign at the group. To remove these, set UID and set group ID. To find all executable in Linux this, with set UID and set group ID permission, you could run the command find slash perm slash 6000 dash type F. So let's go into our Linux machine, and I am logged in as myself. I am in my host and which directory I'm in. We have confirmed that. Now, if I do which password, this is the command, you will see it is located in slash user bin directory. So when you do ls minus l slash user slash bin slash password, you will see that right here, you see this little s right here, which is assigned at the user level. This is the set UID that is assigned to this command. So if you are running a command as ifzol, for example, if I run password command, it is running. Now I'm going to open up another terminal in the background right here. And now if I check the process of password command, you will see it is being run by root right here. By the way, the last one you could just ignore is just for the color, but you'll see it is running by root, even though it is run by ifzol. That's why we set these set UID for user so it could run by the user who owns that command. All right, so I'm gonna just do Control D out of it, Control C out of it so I could stop the program. Now, if I wanted to find all the commands in Linux system that are set with these special permissions, I could become root and I could do find slash dash perm slash 6000. These are the permissions. Type F. This is just a command which will run and it will give you all these commands in Linux that have these set UID and set group ID. If you pick any one, so let's say ls minus l, and you do user bin locate, you will see right here this bit set to S, which is set as the at the group level. All right, moving on. So one more thing, please note, very important. These bits work on C programming executables, not on Bash shell scripts. So if you're creating a Bash shell script, these bits will not work on them. They will only work any program that is being written in C or C++ languages. All right, now let's talk about the sticky bit. It is assigned to the last bit of permissions. So here we have our bits, read, write, executable, and you see the last one, see right here, T, that is the sticky bit assigned to that file or a directory. Now, why do we need to assign the sticky bit? So for that, we will take an example of our slash temp directory. In our temp directory, if you do ls minus l on temp, you will see there is a sticky bit assigned to it. So let's go to our Linux machine again and let's clear the screen and we'll go into the we go into the cd slash directory and we'll do ls minus l. And right here, you will notice, see right here, this T means there's a sticky bit assigned to temp directory, because any user in Linux system can write to this directory, but that user, even though that user has the right permissions cannot delete that directory. This is a way to protect that directory for accidental deletion from the system. All right, so let's do some lab exercise to go over our sticky bits. So first thing first, we'll become root. So I already have a root right here. I'm logged in as root. Who am I? I'm root. I'm gonna go into slash directory and I'm gonna create a directory mkdir. I'm gonna create it all in one. If I move this a little to the right, you'll see right here. Hit enter. Just confirm the directory is there. Yes, that directory is here. The next thing is assign all read, write, and executable permission to that directory. Okay, to do that, we have to do change mod 777 slash all in one directory. Now this directory should have read, write, and executable at all levels. Let's confirm that ls-ltr, and you will see this has all the permissions that it needs. Now become ifsol and create a directory inside of that all in one directory. So I'll go into that and I am logged in here as ifsol. So I'll go into all in one directory and here I will create a directory called Imran dir. That's my directory. All right, very good. Now give all the permissions to that directory. So I'm giving permission to that directory. Change mod 777 Imran directory. It means anyone can come in and write or create files or directories inside of this directory. Okay, now next step is create 3 files in that directory. Okay, we'll create, let's go into the directory first and we'll create 3 files, A, B, and C. Let's verify those files are created. Beautiful. Yes, they are created. Now let's go into the next step. Open another terminal and log in as Spider-Man. Okay, so I have a terminal open right here. I'm logged in here as root. Okay, I will become Spider-Man. Spider-Man. It's a user account that's been created on this Linux machine. If you do not have that account, you could go ahead and create it now. But I'm sure you will have that account. Let's become Spider-Man. Let's confirm if we are logged in as Spider-Man by running who am I. Yes, we are. Now, the next step is go to all in one directory and delete Imran directory. Okay, so let's go into, sorry, right here. I'm Spider-Man right here, slash all in one directory. And I'm going to delete, remove our fmron directory. Boom. See, it's gone. Now, maybe the Spider-Man did not want to delete that and accidentally deleted that. Now, how do we avoid this to happen? Now, for that, we have to, as I'm saying, you will see the directory is deleted. So now become root again and assign sticky bit to that all in one. Okay, right here, I am who am I? I am Spider-Man. Let's exit out. And now who am I? I am root. Now go to slash directory, find out where that all in one. It's right here all the way at the bottom. Now we are going to assign the sticky bit to it. And to do that, we have to do change mod. And to assign a sticky bit, you have to run plus T, simply that. Plus T to all in one. Let's verify the sticky bit has assigned. Yes, we have verified. See right here, this little T? This shows that it has sticky bit assigned. Beautiful. Moving on. Now become ifsol and create a directory. Again, the same directory, and we will change mod to 777 and create those 3 files. All right, so we'll go here. And first of all, we'll make sure we are logged in as ifsol. Great. And we'll go into all in one directory. Here I will create make directory imran dir. I will change the permission to have all the writes, executables, or reading permissions to that directory. Beautiful. Let's confirm that. Yes. Now let's create three files inside of this. Let's go into the directory, touch A, B, and C. Three files are created. Beautiful. Now let's go to the next step. Become Spider-Man user again, and now let's see if we could delete that directory, since now it has the sticky bit assigned. Here we are root. Let's exit out of root, and now, sorry, let's become Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, and enter the password. Beautiful. Now let's go to all-in-one directory. And this one has a directory called Imran directory that I created as myself. Now let's see me as a Spider-Man at this time if I could delete that directory. RF Imran directory. Boom. See? It says operation not permitted. That's why you actually assign the permissions. So if you do um, cd dot dot, go one step back and ls-dr, even though you have given all the rights, read, write, executables to this directory all in one, but anyone who tries to delete the contents inside of this directory, it will not be permitted. Why? Because we have assigned this sticky bit to it. That's the advantage of having a sticky bit. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to our lab setup section. This is a section where we are going to actually set up our lab. A lab is where we are going to perform our certain troubleshooting tasks. Because this training is all about troubleshooting, right? And we need some type of operating system, specifically Linux, where we could perform troubleshootings. So how we are going to set up a lab. So this is what I'm going to cover in this section. The first thing we will do is we will cover the virtual environment. What exactly a virtual environment is, how a virtual machine runs on a physical machine, how multiple virtual machines can run on one physical machine. Then I will cover the Oracle VirtualBox, meaning there are so many other virtualization technology, for example, VMware, Microsoft Hyper-V, Citrix virtualization, Red Hat virtualization, there are so many of them. I am picking Oracle VirtualBox because it's very simple, straightforward. If you prefer any other virtualization technology, please be my guest to use that. Then the next topic we'll cover is about installing Oracle VirtualBox. I will take you to the website of Oracle VirtualBox. We will together download the software. Once the download is completed, it will go through the installation and the configuration of Oracle VirtualBox. That Oracle VirtualBox will allow us to give us a platform where we could run virtual machines. So the first next step would be is to create our first virtual machine once we have the Oracle VirtualBox set up. That virtual machine will be set up for our Linux environment. So the next step would be is to install Linux on that virtual machine. And the Linux that I have picked, the flavor of the Linux is CentOS. Now CentOS is similar to Red Hat, and Red Hat has the biggest market share in corporate environment. That is why I am picking Red Hat or CentOS operating system for this entire training session. So, one thing I do want to mention, if you already have a lab setup, or if you already have a machine, a virtual machine or physical machine that is running Linux, whether it is Ubuntu, CentOS, SUSE, or any other, and that you want to prefer to use it for this entire training session, then just simply skip this section because you don't need to set up the lab, you don't need to set up the Oracle VirtualBox, you already have a Linux machine. If you do not, then simply go through all these steps and let's get started. In this video, we will go through our lab designing, the lab that we need to practice all the videos and lectures throughout this course. So we have two options to design our lab. Option one is that you have a computer, a desktop or a laptop at home. That computer could either be running Windows operating system or Mac operating system. Then what do? You install a virtualization software on it. So this way you don't have to lose the main host operating system that is right now running on your computer. The virtualization software allows you to run a multiple operating system on top of your main operating system. So the virtualization software, there are many of them. The main two ones are VMware Player and Oracle VirtualBox. These are the two free virtualization software that you could use to set up your lab. Once you have any one of those two downloaded and installed, then we'll go ahead and create our virtual machine on it. That virtual machine will allow us to create and install our Linux operating system on top of that. So that's our simple first option. The second option that you could use is the same way that you have a desktop or a laptop at home running Windows or Mac. And then instead of installing a virtualization software on your computer, you could actually create an account on one of the cloud services that are out there. The cloud services could be either AWS or Google Cloud or any of the cloud services that give you a free account or free access to create virtual machines with the resources that you need. So once you have that, then we should follow the same way. We'll create a virtual machine on cloud services, and then we will install the Linux operating system over that virtual machine. So these are the two options you have. You could pick either one for this course, and any of the one will work. But for if you wanted to follow exactly step by step that I'm going through, that I'm going to pick option one. But I have provided instructions for every steps that I have listed here. What is Oracle VirtualBox? And of course, why do we need to know about VirtualBox? Well, for this course, you do need to install CentOS Linux operating system on your computer, and there are two ways you could install it. One, you could remove the existing operating system that you have on your computer, or you could install VirtualBox on top of your existing Windows operating system or Mac, and then you could install CentOS, so you this way you won't lose anything. So basically, VirtualBox is a free and open source hypervisor for x86 computers currently being developed by Oracle Corporation. It installs on your existing Intel or AMD based computers, whether they are running Windows, Mac, Linux, or Solaris. It extends the capabilities of your existing computer so that it can run multiple operating systems on one hardware at the same time. Let's see how it works. So you have when the hardware layer, and then on top of it you install the operating system. Of course, it could be any one you have that is Windows or Mac, and then you install Oracle VirtualBox. It's just a program, a software that you install on your machine like any other software that you would install. Once you have installed Oracle VirtualBox, then you could install Linux on it as a separate small version of operating system. You could have Windows on it, or you could have Mac on it. So this VirtualBox allows you to have multiple operating system on a same hardware. In this lecture, we are going to cover the Oracle VirtualBox. We will go through the download and the installation of VirtualBox. Now, as I said previously, the Oracle VirtualBox is is a virtual environment which allows you to run a multiple operating system on the same hardware. There are other virtual platform that is available out there that you could use. You don't have to go with VirtualBox if you don't like it. You could use VMware Player, VMware Player Workstation, as well as other open source virtual environment. But anyway, I would prefer if you stick with Oracle VirtualBox, so this way we could go through the course together. Alright, so I will go open up my Firefox browser so I could download the VirtualBox software. You could use any browser you like. Then I'm going to the Google page, and in the Google page, I'm searching for Oracle VirtualBox. When you click on it, you're going to see the first link as Oracle VM VirtualBox. So you could click on it and then go to download, or you could go straight to the download page. All right, on the download page, you're going to see the section where it says VirtualBox version platform packages. Now, depending on when you are downloading this VirtualBox, the version will be higher, maybe 1, 2, or whichever the version at that time you're downloading. It doesn't matter. Don't be confused. Oh, the one I am showing you is 6.0 and the one you are seeing is a different version. Basically, what we want at the end is a virtual platform that we could run our guest instances or guest operating system on it. Anyway, if you are using the Windows as your main host, where you will run the Linux CentOS as a VM, then pick Windows host. If you are using OS X host, meaning if you are using Apple, then you could use this one. For Linux, for Solaris, for other operating systems, you could pick depending on your requirement of your actual operating system. Go ahead and click on Windows host because I am running Windows host and that's where I'm going to run my VirtualBox. Now here it is asking me to save the file and you could click, but I'm not going to click to save the file because I have already saved it to save some time. So if you have not saved it previously, so go ahead and click on this and it will ask you to the location to save it. So I'm going to cancel it since, as I said, I have already saved it. Alright, I have my VirtualBox executable saved on my desktop, and here is the executable. All I have to do is go ahead and double click so it could start the installation. So once you double click on it, it will ask you, do you want to run this file? Click on run. Okay, now the wizard has started. It says welcome to the Oracle VM VirtualBox 6.0.14 setup wizard. The setup wizard will install Oracle VM VirtualBox on your computer. Click next to continue or cancel to exit the setup wizard. Go ahead and click next. Select the way you want features to be installed. So by default, the VirtualBox application has been selected and the other features that comes with it, I'm going to leave everything at default, and it also tells you the version installing the feature requires 227 megabyte that you should have on your disk. So go ahead and click next. Please choose from the options below. Create start menu entry, create a shortcut on desktop, create a shortcut on quick launch bar, register file association. I like them all, leave them default, except I don't like create a shortcut in quick launch bar. So I'm going to uncheck it. Again, that's my preference. You could leave all of them selected. Click next. Network warning, network interface. Installing the Oracle VM VirtualBox networking feature will reset your network connection and temporarily disconnect you from the network. Proceed with installation. So that's fine. So make sure you are not connected to the internet, or if you are, make sure you're not doing any type of work that you will lose. So go ahead and click yes, and click install to begin the installation. Install. I am going to fast forward at this part because I don't want you to wait. I don't want to waste your time. So I'm going to just simply fast forward. Okay, so the Oracle VM VirtualBox installation is complete. Um, you can leave the check mark so it'll start it back again, back up, and you could click on Finish. Congratulations, you have completed the download and the installation of Oracle VirtualBox. Now, the next step is to create a test virtual machine, and then, of course, we will go ahead and do the actual operating system install on that virtual machine. Hello, everyone. In this video, I will show you how to create a virtual machine. Now, before we get into creating it, let's first understand what is a virtual machine. As per Wikipedia, a virtual machine, or in short, VM, is the virtualization or emulation of a computer system. Virtual machines are based on computer architectures and provide the functionality of a physical computer. Now, let's put it in simple words. A virtual machine is a program on your computer that acts as if it were a completely separate computer. You can run different operating systems, software, and applications on that virtual machine while using your main computer as normal. It's like having a computer inside of your computer, allowing you to do different things at the same time. It's just that simple. Now, one thing please do remember that a virtual machine is referred as a guest, and the main computer where it runs on is called a host. So, again, in this video, we are gonna go through starting up our Oracle VirtualBox application and we'll create a new virtual machine. Now, think of creating a new virtual machines as if just like you are visioning HP or Dell manufacture. They manufacture computer, and while it's going through the manufacture process, it goes through an assembly line where the technicians or people who are working at the assembly line are actually putting in CPU, the other person put in memory, then they add a hard disk, then they add network cards, the motherboard, and so on. They put the whole thing together and it becomes one computer. Now, just like that, that person, those people who are assembly on the assembly line, now you are now taking over that role and you're creating a virtual machine. So, in this virtual machine creation, you have a computer, for example, and in that computer, you're gonna actually not actually, but virtually, you will be adding a CPU to it. You will be adding a memory, adding a hard disk, or you'll be adding a network card. And all of that will be done on the virtualization software. And think of yourself as an engineer who are putting all these things together. All right. Now let's get the fun part begin. Now I'm gonna start up my Oracle VirtualBox. I'll go into my programs and type Oracle VM VirtualBox and let's start it up. Okay, so this is the Oracle VM VirtualBox portal or application. And now we'll go ahead and click on New. And here we're gonna type a Linux lab because we will be installing a Linux operating system, so it's better that we go with the similar name so we could recognize it easily. Then the folder, this is a default folder of the Linux machine or this virtual machine where all the files will be saved. We'll leave that as is. The next one is ISO image. Now, if you have already downloaded the Linux ISO image, then you could go ahead and click on drop down and then select where is it downloaded. Now, since we do not have the downloaded image yet, which we will do in the next video, so we will leave that as is. Now look at that. This Oracle VirtualBox is smart enough that it picked the type for you, Linux, because it recognized from the name Linux that I am installing Linux operating system on it. So if you are going to do, let's say, Windows, then you could, of course, change it if you want. Here you have Microsoft Windows, and then you will select whatever the version of Windows. But now, of course, our main topic or focus is Linux, so we'll go ahead and select Linux, and we leave the version as the default version that it has selected as 64-bit. Okay, beautiful. Next one is unattended install. Now, if you wanted to install the Linux operating system unattended, then you will configure this part. But we are not doing that, so we will leave that as is. Then let's go to hardware. Hardware, here we have base memory, which is the RAM of your computer. Now, again, you are the person who are going to put in all these peripherals in that virtual machine. So we want 2 gig, so we will slide this to the right, so it will 1024 can become 12048, which is equal to 2 gig. Okay, processor, we just need one. That's perfectly fine. Now let's go to hard disk. Hard disk right here, create a virtual hard disk now. Yes, that's what we want. And the name of the hard disk will be the same name as the name of your VM.vdi. Okay, leave that as default. The size it selected is 8. Let's change it to 2020 gig. Okay, now you're probably thinking, why am I going with 20 gig? Why not 40? Why not 60? Or why not 8? Well, first of all, the version of Linux operating system we are going with, the latest one, requires at least 20 gig. The older versions of Linux maybe require lesser disk space, but this one requires at least 20. Now, you could go with higher if you want, if you have more disk space and you're going to be doing a lot of work in the Linux machine. I don't mind. You could go with 40, 60, or even 100. Okay, knock yourself out. Okay, then this second option is use an existing virtual hard disk file. So if you already have had created a VM before and you wanted to attach its disk to this VM, you could do that by selecting this option. Now, if you do not want to create a virtual disk at all, then you could select this option. But of course, we do want to install operating system and it needs disk for it, so give we'll go with the first option. All right, now go ahead and click finish. Okay, now you'll see this is the virtual machine we created, and on the right hand side, all the specification that we have in this in this virtual machine. General just give you the information about the name, operating system. The system one gives you the memory of that we have assigned to this virtual machine, and also give you the information about the CPU and all that stuff. Then storage, we pick 20 gig, it's right here. Audio, leave it default. Network. So network right now is telling you that it's a NAT, which is only the communication between your virtual machine and your main host computer. We want this virtual machine to go out on the internet. So for that purpose, we will change it to, let's go to setting and go to network, and from NAT to bridge adapter. This one will allow you to go to the internet. Now, of course, for this course, you don't need to go to the internet. That's fine. But if you want to, then you will change to bridge adapter. Otherwise, you could leave it as a NAT as it was. Okay, click OK. USB, leave a default. Shared folder, description, leave everything as is. Now you have completed the virtual machine creation. Congratulations. All right, the next step is that we will download the Linux operating system ISO image, and we will attach that ISO image to this virtual machine so we could go through the installation. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will cover the download and installation of Linux operating system. The flavor is CentOS 9 Stream. Now, if you wanted to go with the CentOS version 8 or 7, then you could just simply go back. I have included in this course the installation of CentOS 8 and 7. All right, so if you decided that you wanted to go with CentOS version 9 Stream, then stick around. So what I'm going to cover, we will create a virtual machine, we'll download CentOS 9 Stream ISO, and we will install CentOS 9 Stream. So going back to our lab diagram, we have our laptop or desktop running either Windows or Mac OS. We have installed virtualization software, VMware Player or Oracle VirtualBox. Once again, I am going with Oracle VirtualBox throughout this course. If you want to go with VMware Player, that is perfectly fine. All right, now what we will do is we will go ahead and create a virtual machine on our virtualization software, and then we will download a CentOS 9 Stream ISO image, and then of course, then what we will do, we'll install the Linux operating system on top of that virtual machine. And what is the version of Linux? Yes, that would be CentOS version 9 Stream. All right. So the very first thing is we have to download. So we have to create a virtual machine. So let's go to our Oracle VirtualBox. And here you have all the virtual machines that you created earlier. That's fine. You could ignore that. Click New and put in CentOS 9 stream. And type Linux, leave it default. I want you to change the version from Red Hat to right here up here where it says Linux 2.6, 3.x, 4.x, 64-bit. Yes. Click on that, click next. Now is the memory, which is 1 gig, leave it default. Next. All right, recommended size of the hard disk 8 gig. We'll change that in the next step. Click create. Hard disk file type VDI, leave it default. Storage on physical disk dynamically allocated, leave it default. Click next. Now change the disk size from 8 gig to 20 gig or 30 gig or 50 gig, whatever the disk space that you wanted to specify. Click create. Okay, now the virtual machine has been created. One more thing you have to do, go to settings, go to network, and from attached to NAT, change it to bridge adapter, which will allow us to connect to the internet. Click OK. All right, so now our virtual machine is created. What's the next step? The next step is to download CentOS 9 stream ISO image, and that we have to download from their website. So let's go to your favorite browser. I'm gonna go to Firefox, and let's go to your search engine and type download CentOS 9 and click on the first link and click on CentOS stream, and by default it'll give you the 9 version. Click on x86 underscore 64 for 64-bit operating systems. It will start to download. This download could take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes depending on your network speed. I have already downloaded this earlier to save some time. If you are downloading it for the first time, pause the video and let's come back once you have it fully downloaded. All right, so let's assume you have it downloaded and you put it on your desktop. All right, so let's go to our virtual machine that we created earlier. Right here, CentOS 9 stream. Go ahead and click on Start. All right, it will ask you if you have the DVD, the media inserted into the DVD drive, which we don't. We have an ISO image. So we'll pick this option, which is the folder option. And here you could go to Add, click on Add. These are the few ones that I attached earlier. If you don't see them, don't worry about it. Just click on Add and go to the location where you have CentOS Stream 9 downloaded. So I have it downloaded right here on my desktop. Click on it and click Open. And here you could click on Choose. Once it is done, then click on Start. Now this is going to start. It has already attached the CentOS Stream 9 and it has already started. So right here you'll see two options: install CentOS Stream 9 or test this media. So click inside and hit up arrow key and hit enter to start the installation. Now if you want to release your mouse, right now your mouse is trapped inside the window. If you want to release, just simply click on the right control key, which will release your mouse. Now this was the installation of CentOS 9 stream on Oracle VirtualBox. If you are doing it on VMware Workstation, simply go to VMware Workstation, and here you could create a new virtual machine real quickly. I will install the operating system later. Linux, it's not 7, and this time we're doing 9. So if you don't see the 9 version on this, that's fine. You could pick the generic one, which is Linux or other Linux 5.x kernel 64-bit. Select this one, click next. The name, let's pick CentOS 9. Next. The disk size, let's pick 20. Store virtual disk as a single file, click next. Customize the hardware if you want to change anything? Yes, we want to. So instead of 768, we wanted to put it 1024, which is 1 gig of memory. Then processor, you don't need 2, you could change it to 1. That's fine. Then network adapter, you need bridge adapter. Good. And everything looks good. Click close and click finish. Once that is done, now I want you to go back again, right click and edit setting. And here you could go to CD DVD and click here use ISO image, browse, and then go to your location of your CentOS stream, attach, open, and it will start the installation process. And it will come to the page just like what I have here. So let's cancel it. Let's cancel it. Just what I have it here. All right, so let's see you have done both Oracle VirtualBox or if you're going with VMware Workstation. Let's minimize this in the back. Let's close these little notifications. All right, welcome to CentOS Stream 9. This is the region, the language, location. It will pick by default where you are. Click continue. All right, keyboard is English US. Installation source, local media. That's fine. Installation destination. Let's click on it and it will pick the 20 gig. Already selected it. That's fine. Good. Just click done. Language support, English, United States. Software installation, server with GUI. Yes, you want the software, the installation to have a GUI as well. Kdump. This is the kernel dump. In case kernel crashes, it will dump or the logs. Do you want it enabled? Yes. Date and time, America, New York. I am in New York, so it is picking it based on my location. It's tracing that. Network and host name. Let's click on that. And the host name, you could pick my Linux VM and click apply. As soon as you click apply, you'll see this will change from localhost to the name that you are typing. All right, it's applied. Good. Ethernet, make sure it is on, it is connected. It will give an IP. Perfect. Click done. All right, now security profile, leave it as is. Root password, this is the password. The root is the most powerful user on your system, just like an administrator on your system. So put in the password that you will remember, please. Confirm. All right. Lock root account? No. Allow root SSH login with password? Yes. Pick this one. And it says the password fails the dictionary. It is based on a dictionary word. You will have to press done twice to confirm. Okay, I want to keep it weak. It's okay if it's based on dictionary. So in order for me to have this installation to take that password, I have to click done twice. One, two. All right, so that is done. Now let's go ahead and click on begin installation. All right, so this is going to create the file system and it is going to create the partitions, the swap space, all that we defined with automatic configuration. Then it will gather all the packages that it needs to install. Then it will go to the package installation, followed by the post installation configuration. Now this could take anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on the speed of your system. So once the installation is completed, and I will fast forward from this point, I'll see you when it's done. Okay, so installation has been completed. Go ahead and click on Reboot System. All right, so now the system is back online. You could close this notification And this is asking for a setup. Welcome to CentOS Stream 9 setup will guide you through making an account and enabling some features which will have you up and running in no time. Let's click on Start Setup. Location services, you could leave it disabled. Click Next. Connect your online accounts. If you have it, connect it. If not, just simply skip it. All right, let's create an account. That is a regular account. So put in your full name. So I'm going to put mine, which is Imran Afzal. And the username, it is picking my first name and last name, but I wanted to change it to my first name initial and last name, full last name. All right, and then let's go ahead and click on next. Password. You could pick the same password as you created for root, or if you're picking a new one, please remember that as well. All right, click next. Password is weak. That's fine. You could change it to strong. I would recommend that if you're doing that in production. All right, setup is complete. Start using CentOS Stream. Beautiful. All right, welcome to CentOS Stream. If you want to learn your way around, check out the tour. If you want to take a tour, please go ahead and take it if you're using it for the first time. But for the lab purpose, we'll just say no thanks. So right here is our desktop. You could go to Activities and click right here, this little icon. This is for the terminal. This is going to go open up our terminal, which we will be using to run the commands, all the Linux commands, and learn everything that we need to know about Linux. All right, so this completes our installation for CentOS 9 Stream. Congratulations. Running out of memory. You probably heard that many times. Hey, my process is not working fine, or you do not have enough memory, or process crashed, or system is running very slow because it has no memory. Anyway, all that type of questions are mostly related to one thing, and that is memory. So before we start troubleshooting into the memory issues, we need to know exactly what is memory and what are the different type of memories that we have in our computer. So first one is memory, which is also referred as RAM. RAM stands for random access memory, is a form of computer data storage that stores data and machine code currently being used. So in other or simple words, is RAM is, as if you see on the picture on the right hand side, this is how the RAM looks like. It's like a chip that actually goes inside of your computer hardware, and it sits on one of the memory slots. It's also referred as DIMM. These are the actual physical memory. And the function of memory is actually to bring everything into an active disk. Or so if your computer needs to process something, let's say if it needs to process 2 plus 2, and it has to get to an answer 4, so it has to bring 2 plus 2, both numbers, into the memory, process it. The CPU will do the processing, and then it spits out on the screen that it is 4. So as soon as it spits out on the screen that it is 4, then it means that the memory part is done. So every program that we run in our computer needs memory to run it live while the computer is running. Then there is another type of memory that's called swap, which is also referred to as virtual memory. A virtual memory carved out of a hard disk. In its function, just like RAM, but it is slower than RAM. So swap is not actually a memory that you see on a RAM. RAM is like a physical chip. Swap is not. Swap is actually taken out from your hard disk. So let's say if your hard disk is 100 gigabyte, you could dedicate, let's say, 4 gigabyte of space out of that hard disk to swap. And then swap is used whenever the actual memory, is run out of its space. So it's like a standby that can be used. Then the third type of memory is cache. Cache is memory is typically integrated directly into the CPU chip or placed on a separate chip that has a separate bus interconnect.
with the CPU. The purpose of cache memory is to store program instructions and data that are used repeatedly. So anytime you run a program and that is something used, some program that is used or that is brought up to the computer very often, that is actually stored in cache. In a regular everyday example, I could show you that if you are going to a website, for example, let's say google.com or facebook.com, every time you open up a page, you probably open the page up like 10 times a day or 20 times a day. So the computer at that time learns or knows that this page is like one of your favorite pages, so it saves that information in cache. So this way, every time you open it up, it doesn't load all the images, all the content that is on the computer all the time. So it has that saved in the cache. Cache is a lot smaller than a regular memory, but it is a lot faster than any other memories. So these are the different type of memories. So we need to understand each one of them, how they work, before we actually start troubleshooting into the running out of memory. So then, what are the troubleshooting commands that we could use that will help us troubleshoot the memory issues more effectively? So one of the command is free minus m, which is a command. M stands for megabytes, or H is for human readable. So when you run free, that command is specifically used to find out how much memory we have. Then we have a top command. We'll cover the top command when I log into my machine. The top command also tells us a lot of things about the processes running, CPU, memory, system load, average, and percentage of utilization. Then we have virtual memory status. So if you have swap or virtual machine, this is where we could find out if we are running off swap or not. Then we have dmessage, which is actually a logging command, which actually, when you run dmessage, the dmessage actually shows all the messages that you have in your logs. So you could grep for out of memory, and this way you'll find out where exactly the memory messages are coming up. Or you could simply go into the var log messages and grep for the same type of words from var log messages or var log syslog. And then we also have memory commitment in the configuration file. So in a corporate environment, there are applications such as Oracle or SAP type of applications that require a specific memory reservations or commitments from the system. So you could make that configuration adjustment in the etc sysctl.conf file. So once that memory is dedicated to certain processes, then that memory will not be used by any other processes. So let's go into my Linux machine, which I have right here. Okay, so I will go over these commands one by one, and I'll show you exactly what each command does. So let me start with free. So free is, when you run just free, it will give you the total memory, which is in bytes. So if you convert that and if you divide it into 1024, you'll get the megabytes. If you divide it into 1024 again, you'll get the gigabyte. How much is used, how much is free, how much is shared among other processes, what is being in the buffer that is used by the kernel right now, and what is available. So what is the difference between free and available? So free is actually, it's there, it's not being used at all by any process, whereas available is like a swappable kind of memory where it is being used, but it still can be allocated for other processes as well. So if you run free minus m, which will give you the output in megabyte, that's where you'll see that right now we have 991 megabyte of total memory. Used is 574 meg, 68 meg is free, and 41 meg at 348 and 183 for shared buffered and available. Same thing goes for swap. Swap we have 1 gig available, only 6 meg is used, and free is 1027, basically not used by anybody else. So our memory is main memory is actually doing all the work. If this main memory goes up to almost like close to 100%, then swap will kick in. So this is one of the way you need to find out if memory is actually being used or not when your system is running slow or not. You could also use free minus h command, which is as a human readable type of memory, and it tells you, it puts like m to the end or g to the end, which becomes more of understandable for a regular person how much memory is used in terms of megabytes or gigabytes. Then the d message command, when you run this command, you'll see all the messages actually going to go through the screen really fast. So if you are looking for one specific message, you have to grep it. So in our case, we don't have any out of memory messages right now, but I will still look for any out type of messages, nothing that match that says out of memory. You could also do the same command for grep minus I for out of memory in a var log messages file. And you see right now we do not have any type of messages that come up as out of memory. But if we do, you will see the process with that as well, or you will see the information exactly where the system is running out of memory. And then the last one we have in the troubleshooting commands is the memory commitment and configuration file. So if you want to modify anything in the memory commitment, you could go into right now. If you cat sysctl.conf file, you'll see right now everything is commented out. Meaning, right now there is no setting that we have right now that tells the system, hey, dedicate this type of memory or commitment to the other system. I think I lost my connection. Let me just restart it. Okay, so I have it back. Let me clear the screen. One thing I did miss is the top command. Top is one of my favorite commands, and it should be the favorite command for every system administrator to use it, because you get a lot of information out of top. So I will show you the top command right here. I'm going to make this screen a little bigger. Alright, the first line that you see in the top, it tells you the system time, how long it's been up for, how many users have been logged in, what's the load average of the system. The first one is 0.00, tells you the last 5 minutes, the load average, the last 10 minutes, which is the second column, and the last 15 minutes. In the last 15 minutes, we have 0.05 of system load. Total task that we are running, meaning total processes we are running in our system, are total 197. Out of which one is running and 196 to 95 are sleeping, meaning they are waiting on certain things. So let's say if SSH daemon is running, it is actually running, but it's sleeping. It's not accepting or sorry, it's not taking any incoming calls until someone tries to log into this machine, and it will wake up and it says, hey, yes, come to me, I'm the one who will verify you, I'm the one who's going to let you into the system, and then it will become an active one. Stopped, there are any stopped ones that recently stopped, a zombie, any process that has stopped that has a parent process. The parent process has been stopped, but the child process was not stopped for any reason, and that process becomes a zombie process. Alright, then we talk about CPU. what's the CPU utilization. Since we are on the topic of memory, we'll focus on the memory as well. But just to go quickly on the CPU side, the first one tells you the percentage of CPU for user process. The second one tells you the percentage of CPU for system process. The third one is processes with priority upgrade with nice command. Nice is the command that you could prioritize your processes. And then the next one is the CPU that is not used, kind of like idle. So that's why you have ID. It's not the ID like identification. It's idle, like what's the percentage that has been idle for. Then you have process waiting for I/O operation. Then CPU serving hardware interrupts. CPU serving software interrupts. And the last one is the amount of CPU stolen from virtual machine by the hypervisor for other tasks, such as running another virtual machine. This will be like a 0 on the desktop type of environment and server without virtualization machine. So that's why it is 0 right now, because this is not being, your process is not being shared with another virtual machine. So most of the time this is going to be 0. Now we're gonna come to our memory side, and the memory role. You know that we have two of them. One is for the actual physical memory, and one is the swap memory. So you're probably thinking, if you are thinking right now, hey, we are getting memory, the actual memory, from virtual machine. So why this memory is not considered virtual machine? Well, for the operating system, this memory is actual. It's the operating system sees this memory as if it's a physical memory. So that is why you're always going to see that under here. Anything that you carve out from the disk will show up here as a swap space. So again, right here you'll see this is what we already covered when we ran the free command. The free memory, the total memory, the free memory used, the buffer. Same thing goes for the swap, total, free, used, and available memory. So that's how pretty much the memory and these three last two in the top section of this top command looks like. Now we'll go into the actual part right here, which is telling us the first one is the process ID, meaning every process that runs in the system has an ID to it, that the system or operating system assigns the ID to it. Why does it assign the ID? Because this way you could keep track of it, and you could use the kill command to kill that process using the process ID. So the first one is the process ID of the process that is running. Second one is the user, who actually the user that is the owner of the process. So if I started a process as IFSOL, that will show up here. If I'm starting a process with root, it will show up here. The second one is PR. PR stands for priority of process. This is also how the process is prioritized by the system. The second one is the NI, the nice value of the process. This is if you assign, this one is system assigned, and this one if you start a process with a nice command, meaning if you are prioritizing the process yourself and not by the system, then it will show up in the third column. Alright, then in the fourth column, and then in the fifth column you have a virtual memory used by the process. This is the virtual memory that is used by the process. By the way, all the process are showed up on the right hand side. I keep saying process, but if you wanted to know which process, it's right here in the last column, but I will get to it. Then you have the physical memory used from the process. This is for reservations. This is not the exactly same reservation as if you have systemctl.conf. This is the reservation where you actually dedicate, the system actually have dedicated certain type of the process information or the process of the system itself to a specific command or process again. So when I say process, it means like CPU. Or let me rephrase. So CPU is what I meant. All right. Then moving on to SHR column, which stands for shared memory of the process. So right now this is being shared of this specific process. If it is coming from another process, then it will show up like right now. If there are two top commands, you will see two processes running. So let me start up another session, then I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So if I run another top, so now I have two tops. So you'll see now this is being shared. You'll see in the command the two tops coming up right here, one top, two tops. So it is being shared. The memory is being shared between these two processes. That's what it's actually telling you. Next one, S indicates the status of the process. S, when it comes up S stands for sleep, that is sleeping. R stands for that it is running. And Z, if there are any Z, right now there isn't any Z, that shows for zombie process, which we also covered right here in the task. How many sleeping, how many stopped, how many zombie. So the process can be running and it will show up in the top command output, but it could be as like running or sleeping. The next one is about CPU. This is the percentage of CPU used by the process. And then memory. This is the percentage of RAM used by the process. If you have a process that shows up here as 99.9 or 95.9, then that's actually where you're going to start the troubleshooting process. You run the command top, because this is the topic about that your memory is running out. Your system is running very slow. So one of the things that you have to check is check the memory or check the CPU. So here we are talking about memory. So memory, you will come here and you check, hey, the memory of this command is 95.5%. Okay, now you have identified this is the process that is using that much of memory. So this specific column right here, percentage memory, is very useful, and you need to come in here and look at this process at all times. Next one is the time. This is the total time of activity of this process. How long that's been running and how much time it has been running for. The last one is the command, and this is the same name of the process that you will see. So if you are running a command itself like top, it will show up as top. If you are running a command, let's say ls, and that ls command has to go through the list of like millions files, then it will take, of course, it will take some time to list all of them, and it will show up over here. But if you wanted to do ls, so right now, if I just quickly keep an eye on this window right here, and in the back I'm gonna quit out of it. Just hit Q and quit out of it. And if I run ls command in etc, when I run it, I want you to look at the right hand side and see really quick if it shows up. Okay, so it went so fast that it didn't even take a bit of a memory or a bit of a CPU. It has, I tell you that it has, but it went so fast that we didn't even see it. I could show you another one that, let's say, a sleep command. A sleep is the command that will just run the command in sleep for whatever the time that you specify. Let's say I wanted to run it for sleep for 10. And now it is going to run for 10 seconds, and most likely if you don't see it here, it's probably gonna come at the bottom. Why? Because it is taking such a less space that you don't even see it. So it slept for 10 minutes or 10 seconds and it came up. Let me run a command as myself. Alright, so let me run a command, let's say tail -f var log messages. So I'm running a tail command. Permission denied. Oh, yeah, I have to be root for that. So let me run tail -f var log messages. And you see I'm running the tail on this, and it's going to keep running it. Now, it should show up somewhere here. Hopefully it does. Let's give it a few seconds. No, because it is using such a low memory or such a low CPU that it is not showing up as well. However, if I do ps -ef and grep for tail, you'll see it is showing up as this process ID 17930, and it didn't show up here because it's taking very low system resources. Anyway, let's move on. So what we have covered is pretty much all the things that we need to look at on the top command. I hope you understand that. If you have any questions, you could send me a message. Now, moving on to the next one, it's about the troubleshooting step. Now you have identified that this is the problem, that the system is running out of memory, and why it is running out of memory. So for that, we already went through the top command, identify the process that is causing that usage issue. And to identify that, you have two commands, top and ps. I ran ps command already to a certain process. So let me go back in. And if you notice, I have running top command. Let me open up the other one as well. So right now, here's the top command. And I know the top command has a process that is 179. Let it come 17988. This is the process name. So I could actually grep for it ps -ef, which will list the processes, and grep for 17988. I believe this is the 17988. Yes. So hit enter, and you'll see it tells you this is the top command right here. Where is it running from? The time, the child process, if there is any, but the parent process is this one. So you have to identify the process causing memory, then kill or restart the process that causing high memory utilization. So you know that okay, so there's a process top or there's a process Java that is causing the issue in the system, that is causing the system to run slow. Now, what do I have to do to stop or resolve that issue? Well, there are commands that you could use, which is one is kill, to kill the process by process name or process ID. Then you have another command called service, which is actually used in the older versions of Red Hats to actually stop an application or a process. And the third one is systemctl command, which is a newer command which replaces the service command, which does the same thing as service. You could also prioritize the process by the nice command. You could add a new swap space. So now if you have only the RAM and not the swap space, you could actually add a swap space. How can you add a swap space? Is by creating a dedicated file or for swap, and then assign it to the swap if you have already system built, and then you enable the swap. Or if you already have a swap, then you could extend that existing swap. By the way, in this lecture and right after this lecture, I have included a video, a lecture, how to add or how to extend the swap space. So if you are interested in that, go through the next lecture, which will show you exactly how you could add more swap space to your machine so it will run the way you want it to run more efficiently. The next troubleshooting step is that you add additional memory from the virtualization. Now this is not the swap, this is the actual memory. If your machine is running as a virtual machine, then you could simply go into your virtual machine and add more virtual memory. That's very easy. Now if you have a physical machine, then it's not that easy. What you have to do is you have to shut down the machine, open the top of the server, and add an actual physical memory DIMM to your system. But keep that in mind. As long as your machine has available slots, then you could add the physical memory to it. So these are the few troubleshooting steps. Now I will cover a couple of them, like running top and killing the process. So let me go into my machine. One is right here and the other one is right here. So if I am running a command top right here, and the top command is using 17988, and for example that command is using 99% of CPU or memory, then I could come in and I could use kill 17988 and hit enter, and you will see as soon as I did kill, my top command over here failed. Also, if I'm running tail -f var log messages, so this is an ongoing process. Let's say the top command I ran and it says, hey, my tail command is actually causing some type of problem. So I will go into the top, or if I can't find it on the top, I'll do ps-ef and grep for tail, and I'll see the tail command that is running has this process ID. So I could kill that with 18325. And right here, as soon as I killed it, it says terminated. Also, one more thing I wanted to tell you, that sometimes when you run the kill command, it does not kill it completely. It just waits for other processes to stop. You have the option to use kill -9 and kill it right away. Sorry, it says kill my, oh, there is no process. Oh yeah, because I started a new process. That's why it says no such process. Let me check the process ID again, and this time the process ID is different. So I'm gonna do the up arrow key and I'm gonna do the 18361, and it kills it right away. It says killed, and this one is terminated, and this one is killed, actually killed, as its name sounds. So what's the difference between just kill and kill -9? Kill -9 does not care what other process is running. It does not care if it has to shut down gracefully or not. It just goes in and stops everything that are related to tail, or if it is running any child processes. So this is how you manage the memory on your system. The best command that I would tell you that you should use is top command. If you have instructions that, hey, we need to run commands, or we need to run processes A, B, and C, then you could actually use the command nice to prioritize that. How you could use, which option you could use for nice, you could always use man command, and you will see in the man command it tells you run a program with modified scheduling priority. So if you go down, you will see, sorry, let me go back, you'll see it has the adjustment levels. So right here it tells you run command with an adjusted niceness, which affects process scheduling. With no command, print the current niceness. So if you don't specify anything, you'll print it. Niceness values range from -20, which is most favorable, to process to 19, least favorable to the process. So if you wanted to run a process with the least priority, you would do nice space 19 space that specific process or that specific command that you need to run. So try this out, try these steps. So hopefully that really helps you in troubleshooting when someone says system is running slow or system is running out of memory.
Hi, this topic is about adding or extending swap space. Now, what exactly swap space is, or swap is? So according to centos.org, swap space in Linux is used when the amount of physical memory, RAM, is full. If the system needs more memory resources and the RAM is full, inactive pages in memory are moved to the swap space. While swap space can help machines with a small amount of RAM, it should not be considered as a replacement for more RAM. Swap space is located on hard drives, which have a slower access time than physical memory. So this is a very easy and straightforward definition of a swap. In my own words, I would say every machine has a memory, right? It comes with a memory, 1 gig, 10 gig of whichever the number of memory that you have in your laptop. When you run out of memory, then there is a way that you could add a virtual memory to it, which is not like a physical real memory. It's a virtual memory that comes from your hard drive. So in that virtual memory in Microsoft or Windows environment is called virtual memory. In Linux environment it's called swap. So the recommended swap space by the operating system, it's twice the size of RAM. Which means, like, let's say if you have 2 gig of physical memory in your system, then you should have a 2 gig of swap space. So the idea is, or the formula is, if M is less than 2, by the way, M is, let's take an example of M equal amount of RAM in gigabytes, S is the amount of swap space in gigabyte. So if M, which is the RAM, is less than 2 gig, then the size of swap, which is S, is the memory times 2. Else swap will be memory plus 2. So that's a general rule of thumb. The commands that we will be using to extend the swap space are dd to create a file, make swap, swap on, or swap off. So let's do that by logging into our machine in our Linux terminal and see how the swap space works. My terminal opened, the Linux console GUI. Now before we get into a swap, I want you to run df-h command, and in this command you will see you'll get the entire disk space partition, right? Your file system has a total size of 10 gig. So 8 gig is assigned to root, 1 gig is assigned to boot, so that is 9. So where did the 1 gig go? So that 1 gig is actually assigned to swap space. So that swap space plus the 1 gig is its own physical memory. So if you add these up, 480, 496, 496, 496, and these 200 and 100, all of these 6 of them, when you're going to add them, it's going to equal to 2 gig. Now why 2 gig? The reasons why it's 2 gig is because 1 gig is actually the physical memory. We actually allocated that physical memory when we were actually creating the virtual machine, and the 1 gig of swap was automatically created when we built the Linux operating system. So that's why we only have 8 gig here left. So when you run free -m, that's the command to check how much memory we have, you will see the memory. This is the physical memory. We have a 1 gig, which is estimated number, use is 256, and free is 81. The swap, which was added during the installation, is 1023, which is also equal to 1 gig. 25 is used, and this is the free space. Now we are assuming here that this swap space right here and this memory, they are reaching almost full. They are getting full. The utilization is almost 100%. Now how can we extend or add more swap space? Well, one way is that you, again, if you have a physical system, you could add a new memory DIMM to your system. A DIMM is actually a physical slice of memory, so you could add that to increase more memory. If it's a virtual machine, you could actually power down your machine and increase the virtual memory. That's perfect. But what if you do not have those options available? Then what you could do is you could slice some of that disk from your disk drive and use it for swap. So let's say if I wanted to increase the size of this swap, which is 1023, and I wanted to add another 1 gig. So how it's gonna work? First, I have to take 1 gig. Let's say I wanted to add 1 more gig to it. So I wanted to take 1 gig from my disk space and dedicate that to swap. So to do that, I have to run a command dd. By the way, to run that command, I have to be root. So become root. Okay, now the command is dd space if =, dev 0 space of / new swap. Now this is the name that I'm picking. You could pick any name, and I'm putting it in under slash. So this is the name of the file. BS means the size, the byte size, 1 meg, and the count equal 1024. Now let me explain you this command, how it works. Most of the time you would have to write this command as is. Why it is written like that? Well, that's how it is. It is what it is. That's what usually people say. So to explain to you, dd is just a command to create a new file. If it stands for read from file instead of standard input, which is dev 0, you have to have this by default. Off meaning write to a file instead of standard output. So you're gonna write everything about your virtual pages in this file. BS means read and write byte types at a time. So, and the count is the total size of the file, of course. So when you hit enter, this should create a file with the size 1 gig. See, you have information coming here is records in, records out, and the file size is created 1.1 gig, which is of course approximately 1 gig. So let's go to cd / and do ls-ltr, and you will see right here, this is our new file that is created. Okay, now one thing you should be wondering, hey, why we cannot create that file just with the touch command? Well, that's a very good question. Well, touch command creates an empty file. You don't want to assign an empty file to the swap, right? You want to take away some chunk from your disk and dedicate it to that swap. And how do you do that? You would have to use a dd command. That's why you cannot use touch. Anyway, so now you see this new space file has been created. The second step is to adjust the permissions. You don't want to allow people to read that file. You don't want to allow others and group and others to read that file. The owner, which is root, read and write is okay. So to do that, you have to do change mod with group and other minus r new swap. Now this should take away the read and read for group and from others. Another way you could have done is by change mod 600 and then the name of the file, which would perform the same function. Anyway, so the correct permissions have been assigned. Perfect. Now to make the swap, what do you want it to do with this file now? It's just an empty, it's just a file that is holding a space from the disk, and that space from the disk is 1 gig. So what do you want it to do with that, right? So let's make swap. So the command to do that is mk swap space new swap. Hit enter, and this will tell you setting up swap space version 1, size this and that, label, no label, UUID, and it'll give you some information about the new swap. So now run free -m to see if it's this new swap is added. No, it's not added. Why? Because you have to enable or turn on the swap. So the swap, you are telling this operating system that this is a file and this file will be used for swap, right? You created a file system which is make swap. But now what do you want to do with that? You want to give it a swap. So type the command swap on new swap. Hit enter. and this should add the swap space. So now do free minus M, and you will see now the file, the size of the swap has increased. Before it was 1023 and now it's 2047. If you want to have the swap space be enabled during boot time, you would have to specify that file in VI in etc fstab file. You'll go into the file and then you come down all the way and put a new line, and you put new swap space the file system type, which is swap. That's sorry, the where is it gonna mount it to? Swap. We're not mounting it, it's just a swap. What type of file system is that? It is a swap. Again, defaults 0 0. Hit escape and save the file. Be very careful with etc fstab. If you make a mistake, you will your system will not boot up. So make sure you typed in correctly, check it a couple of times before you go ahead and reboot your system. Now you could go ahead and reboot your system, and you could verify that your swap will be added again at your boot time. So this is how you create a swap space. Try it out with different values, and this will be very helpful in corporate environment when you run out of memory.
Having trouble using VI editor. Now, editor is something that you need in Linux environment all the time to modify the file or add contents to the file. So that's what the VI editor is for. VI editor is not used for other type of files like socket or block files. The type of issues that one can experience with having the VI editor is that they cannot modify the file. Simple as that. And why they cannot modify, that could be many different reasons. We will talk about that in the troubleshooting steps. Then modifying the wrong type of file, that as I explained, that you're probably trying to modify a file which is not a regular file, which could be like an image file or socket file or a block file. So you have to make sure what type of file that you are trying to modify. The file has to be in a regular text format to be modified. Then the arrow keys misinterpretation. The arrow keys sometimes work inside the VI editor depending on your bash or shell editor. Sometimes they won't work. Editing skills are very important for actually editing or adding any contents into a file. If you do not know how the escape works, how the insert or addition works, I would highly recommend you not to touch any files, especially the configuration files, because anything that goes wrong in the configuration file, that could actually cause issues with your process or with your operating system. So what are the troubleshooting steps that we could take while we are troubleshooting VI editing issues? One is the permission issue. A file that you are trying to modify, you have to make sure you have proper permission or right permission on that file. Ownership. If you are not the owner of the file, then you should have the right permission and under the other category or group if you are part of the group, and that group should have the right permission as well. File is already open for editing, meaning if there are two users who are using or editing the file at the same time, and user A actually modifying the file before user B get to it, then user B cannot modify the file until user A finishes it. Then the arrow keys versus HJKL, meaning a lot of people use arrow keys to actually navigate inside of a VI editing. So sometimes arrow keys won't work depending on which Linux environment you have logged into. Some Linux environment, depending on what shell they are using, not they don't allow the arrow keys to work properly inside of VI editor. So the best way is that you use keys like J, H, K, L, and they are used for left, right, up, and down keys. That they perform that type of function. But you have to make sure you are outside of insert mode or editing mode before you use these keys. Then use Vim editor instead of VI. Vim editor is an enhanced version of VI editing. VI is something that is very old tool that is always been used in Solaris, Unix, AIX, and most of the environment. But again, it's not as friendly as Vim editor. Alright, so let's log into my Linux machine. And I have my Linux machine, virtual machine, open right here, and we'll go over some of the troubleshooting steps that we talked about it. So I am logged in as myself. When I become root, and if I go into the temp directory, and I will create a file, and I will call it Big Mac. And when I do ls-l Big Mac, you will see on the first column it is showing me the permission of the file Big Mac. Now if I open up another editor, another putty session, and now I am logged in as myself, and when I go into the same location and I try to modify Big Mac, it will open up, and when I try to edit it, meaning hit I or A, it says changing a read-only file. It means I cannot add anything in that file. It is only available for me to read. Sometimes people think that it is letting me go into the file using VI, but why is not letting me modifying it? Yes, VI allows you to read as well, but it depending on the permission of the file, how you could write to it. So make sure you are the owner of the file. The ownership falls here, so I am not the owner, root is the owner, and I'm not part of the group, which is root, so I'm not a group member of root. So regardless if I was a group member of root or not, I would still not be able to modify, because right here in this permission category, these 3 bits, it only says that group has read permission. Same thing for others have read permission. Only the owner, which is the root, can read and write to that file. So that's a permission issue. You need to remember that specifically, and I've talked about it many times. Permissions issues are one of the things a lot of people fall into, and they started to modifying it, and they start editing sometimes, and then not looking at the permission and try to troubleshoot, spend so much time working on it. So another thing is file is already open for editing. So if I am root on this session, and I am VI Big Mac, so I am already editing this file. Now if I become root in this session as well, and now I go into the same directory and try to modify the Big Mac file, this message will come up, error 325, attention found a swap file by the name .bigmac.swap. So what VI is actually doing is every time a user creates or VI a file, this becomes a process, and the operating system puts that VI editing file into a memory swap file until that is being modified and saved or quit out of it. So before it runs again, it looks for that file and see if that file exists, and if it does, it will tell the user, hey, this file is being modified by the user, by another user, and that username is root, and the process that it is being modified by someone else, that process ID is this. So what you could do is you could actually kill this process and modify it yourself, or actually find out who is actually running that process. Because sometimes what happens is people do a VI on a file and then they actually start doing something else and completely forget about it, saving the file or exit out of it, and that session stays open. So we do have the option to kill that process, as long as you know that you are killing it and you are not losing any data, because as soon as you kill it, any data that is being added to that file will be lost. Then I'm going to talk about, let's quit out of it. Then I'm going to talk about arrow keys. So if I am VI Big Mac, oops, I'm still back in the same one. Let me quit out of it here as well. Let's quit out. Now let's try again. Now if I type in something, let's say hello world, and you notice the left to right keys of my keyboard, they're working. In some cases, depending on which shell environment you are in, these keys won't work. So then what you do is you need to hit escape, because you need to get out of this insert mode. Escape. Once you escape, then you need to use the keys like H to go left, L to go right, K to go up, and J to go down. I do have that little mistake in my PowerPoint where J should be down, K should be up. But anyway, I'll fix that later, but I think you got my point. And the last one is use Vim, which is the VI editor, which is a lot easier and a lot user-friendly than VI editing. Unable to get an IP address. So we have a machine, whether it's a virtual machine or it's a physical machine, but it's just a matter that we are not able to get that machine on the network. And the only way to get any machine, whether it's Linux, Windows, or any kind of operating system, it needs to have an IP address. So what exactly an IP address is? So if you don't know, IP address stands for Internet Protocol. Of course, I'm sure everybody would know that. But just to refresh this IP topic, it's actually an address that is given to a computer to communicate to another computer. It's just that simple. Without the IP address, your computer cannot get online. Now, how IP addresses are assigned? Well, there are two ways an IP address can be assigned to your physical or virtual machine or any kind of computer that you use. One is DHCP, and the second one is static. Now, DHCP is like a dynamic IP address which is assigned by your DHCP server, a server or a computer that is assigned a role to give out IP addresses to other machines. So that computer which gives out the IP address to other machine, that computer is called a DHCP server. And that IP address changes every time the client shuts down, reboots, or comes back after a few days, because the IP addresses shuffles from one computer to another and it doesn't stay the same on one computer. Whereas the static IP is given to a computer that will need the same IP address whenever it starts or shut down and starts back again. It will never change. So that's the main difference, is the DHCP IP address changes and the static IP does not change. Now let's look at the troubleshooting step that we could take when we are getting into a problem, when we are not getting an IP address on your machine or your computer. First, I would say check your DHCP server at modem at home. So DHCP server, what is that? It's if you have a modem at home where you're getting that modem from your cable provider, and they have given you like a tower looking or some kind of horizontal or round or cylinder looking thing that looks like that called modem. That modem actually is one of the role of that modem is of course to get you on the internet, but also its main role is one of them that it assigns you an IP address. So your modem becomes a DHCP server. So make sure that your modem is up and running. It has all the lights that you could check for, and there are other devices in your house or your office can also get on the online and has IP address. Second thing, check network setting at the virtualization level. So we will go into it right after we are done with the slide. So if you are running a virtual machine, or your Linux machine is running as a virtual, then you have to go to the software that you are using to do that virtualization, whether it's a Oracle VirtualBox, VMware, hypervisor at the Microsoft virtualization layer. So whatever the software that you're using, you need to make sure that you have given the network or interface or network card is added to the virtual machine, and also the network setting is correctly set up. So we will check at our Oracle VirtualBox level because that's where I have my Linux machine running. Then we'll also check the interface at the hardware level, meaning we have given, even if it's virtual or if it's physical, we will log into the operating system and then we will run certain commands like lspci and grep for things like ETH, Wi-Fi, or wireless to see if it's there. There's another tool called nmcli which will grep for devices, and that's where we'll also see if the network devices are available. Moving on, we'll also check the interfaces, of course, at the operating system level, and the command, I'm sure everybody here knows the command is ifconfig, or the newer command is IP space address or IP space just a. Then we'll check whether you are connected as a wireless or wired network, because sometimes what happens is your computer is connected, your host computer meaning, like where you are running the virtual machine, is connected as on the wired, but you're trying to connect your virtual machine as wireless. But that's not going to work because you have to choose wired network as well. So same thing, the same reverse analogy applies, where you would, if your computer is connected, the main host computer is connected to wireless, then make sure your virtual machine is also connected as wireless. We'll also discuss about the difference between if up, and the interface, and if config up and the interface. What's the difference actually? Well, to tell you real quickly, if up followed by the interface is actually incorporates if config up interface command as well. However, it adds also the subnet mask or gateway, anything that needs to be added to bring your IP address or bring your interface up. The if up command will do it all in one shot, whereas if config will only bring up the IP and it won't do anything else. We'll restart the network service as well as part of the troubleshooting to see if it resolves the issue. And to restart the service, we will have to run the command systemctl restart network. So that's to restart it. You could this systemctl restart network also works kind of in a way if you wanted to reboot your computer. Then also for static IP address, if you are not using the DHCP IP, if you're using static IP, check your network configuration file. And where is that network configuration file located? It's in etc sysconfig network-script, and the file name is ifcfg-enp0s3. If you are using a virtual machine, then it will be enp0s3. Or if you are using another machine, like a physical machine, then most likely it will be eth0. And the file that looks like should have a setting like this. whereas device is the name of the interface. So in virtual environment, the device equal would be ENP0S3. Boot Pro telling if it's set to none, it means that it is asking or it is telling the operating system to set it to static. If it is a DHCP, then you have to specify there as DHCP instead of none. On boot, meaning when the server boots up, you want the IP address to be assigned and the network to become available. Prefix 24, that's a subnet routing type of language. And the last one we have IP address, and this is the actual IP address that you want to assign. So this is the very basic setting for the static IP assignment. Now let's go into my Linux machine that I have open up. So not this one actually. Let me go back. Actually, this is the one. So if you notice, I am logging in through the console. Then I'm logging in as root, and the reason I'm logging in is the console because if I'm logging in through the PuTTY, and if I try to restart the network, I will lose my PuTTY session. So that's why I'm logging in through the console. So we'll check the modem. We already checked it. We'll check the network setting at the virtualization level. Okay, so before we go here, we'll go and check the setting at the virtualization level. This is my virtualization software, which is Oracle VirtualBox. My machine, Linux machine, is right here, and I will go in and click on setting, and I will go to the network. In the network, there are attached to, first of all, before you come here, make sure the enable network adapter check mark is there. If it's not, you have to enable it, and that's probably one of your reasons you're having issue. If you have it checked, good. Now come to the attached network or attached to, and you'll see there are different options here. The first one is not attached, which is of course you don't want it to have it attached. So this is where you will get into trouble if you put in not attached. Second one is NAT or NAT address. This is if you most likely you probably have to use that if you are using Mac. I'm not a Mac expert, but I think choosing that will give you the right IP address, and you could also go online to browse the internet or download files. Also, I use most of the time the bridge adapter because I'm running my virtual machine on a PC. So bridge adapter works. Then on the name section, you'll see I have Broadcom Net Extreme Gigabit Ethernet connected. The reason I have this here because my main machine where my virtual machine is running on top, that is using the wired network. That's why I have this Broadcom. If I had a wireless, then I would have a wireless option here as well. In advanced setting, the few things is telling you actually the speed, the MAC address, and the cable connected, and all that stuff. Other options that you also have is internal network. If you just want to keep it very internal, no network. Host only adapter, which is if you wanted to have a communication between your own host where you are running virtual machine, and you want to have the communication between host and the virtual machine. Anyway, so make sure you are connected to the bridge adapter, and Broadcom Net Extreme Gigabit is selected. So that we have verified, we have checked that. Next thing we have to check is we have to check interface at the hardware level. So the command that I have for that is lspci, and I'm going to egrep it, meaning if you are grepping more than one word or string, then you have to use egrep -I to ignore uppercase, lowercase. And I will use eth, pipe Wi-Fi, pipe wireless, and single quote close, and I'll hit enter. And you will see right here is telling me eth, it grepped eth controller Intel Corporation. This is the model of the gigabit Ethernet I have, and the controller is there. It means it can see it. Okay, perfect. Then another command that you could also run is nmcli p option with the dev devices, and you will see I have pretty much three interfaces. One is ENP0S3, it says Ethernet, and it is connected, and the connection is on this device. There are two other virtual interfaces. This is for the virtual bridge, which is mostly comes with the virtual machines if you're running virtual machine. And then this is the loop, which is a loop back. Any communication that happens within the system, within the Linux machine, any process is talking to another process, it happens over this network interface. Okay, then the next thing we have to check is to check our interface by running the command ifconfig. And I'll hit enter, and you'll see in the network interface I have Ethernet connected on the ENP0S3, and I do have an IP address which show up here. It says inet 192.168.1.36, the subnet mask, and the broadcast. So if I did not have that, if I had a problem with IP, I would have had this ENP0S3. And if I do ifconfig now, and you'll see now I do not have an IP address. So if you are having this problem where you don't see the IP address, then you are actually, if you follow right from here, this commands that could run, then it's probably gonna resolve your issue. Next thing is check whether you are connected as wireless or wired network. So again, if your machine, which is this virtual machine, is running on a PC or a Mac, and that PC or Mac is connected to the wired network, then make sure you are also connected on your virtual machine as wired. Also, you could check the network here on the GUI level, which could also tell you some of the information about your network. So I believe you could go to application, system tools. Let me check real quick at settings. Okay, in the setting, you'll see on the left hand side, you see the network right here. On the network side, you see right now it is selected wired, so it is good, but it is off. Why it is off? Because that's where when I run the command if down, it turned it off. I could turn this back on here. I could also go to the setting with this by clicking this wheel, and you'll see it says connect automatically, meaning whenever the system boots up, connect it automatically. Also IPv4, this is our IP. This is where we actually assign our IPs, and this is what we use. So make sure it is selected as automatic. If you wanted to select it as static, then you have to select manual and give it an IP address. Anyway, so this is one way of checking through the GUI. The other one I was going to show you is the difference between if up and if down. Oh, sorry, if up and if config up. So if I just do if config up, if config up and the interface, again, it will not set up my subnet mask, it will not set up my gateway, so it's better that I'll use if up ENP0S3. Make sure you are using the interface. A lot of people make a mistake and they put it ETH-ENP0S3. When you do this, it will tell you configuration for this is not found because there is no interface. So let's remove ETH and hit up. So it's a connection successfully activated. Perfect. So now if I do if config, you'll see my IP address has came up, and I could also run command IPA, which will also give me the same information but in a different format, a different way. Right here says inet, and my IP address is there. Okay, so then the last thing we have to, not last, second to the last, is restart network service. So if I do not have the IP address, let's say if I bring down if down, enp0s3. I do ifconfig, and you see I don't have IP address. You could also try to run systemctl restart network. Once this is restarted, then you do ifconfig again, and you will see your IP address has been given again. Now it's if systemctl restart will actually restart everything that is related to the network. And now the last one is check if you are assigning the static IP address, check to make sure your configuration file is correct, and your configuration file will be etc sysconfig network scripts, and the file name will always start with ifg right here, if cfg, which is ifconfig, and it will have hyphen followed by the interface name. So if I do ls-ltr, and you notice I do have the last file right here, fcfg enp0s3. I could do more on it, and you'll see it has a bunch of stuff, but this one is actually using DHCP, so that's why you see right here it says boot proto DHCP, so it has to pick up the IP itself. If I wanted to assign a static IP, then I will go and make a lot of changes, and I'll make sure my configuration file will look like this. So that's how we get into the IP address, by assigning the IP address. In the next section, I will show you when the IP address is assigned, even then you are not able to connect to the machine or not able to connect to the internet, and how we could troubleshoot that issue. IP address assigned but not reachable. Okay, so I'm sure some of you probably have experienced the issue where you do see the IP address, but you cannot connect to that machine through SSH, or from another machine, of course, using SSH. So that's where we are going to focus. And this lecture is about troubleshooting issues that focuses on how and what could be the reason the machine has an IP address, but we still cannot connect or still cannot go outside of that machine to other machines. So the troubleshooting steps that we could go over is, the first one is we'll check if you are on the correct network by running ifconfig. What does it mean? If you have multiple interfaces, so let's say if your machine has 3 interfaces instead of 1, then you need to make sure you are picking the right interface where you have assigned the IP address. Because the network team, now I'm talking about like virtualization team or the network team, what they do is if there are like cables connected in the back of a computer, then they will give an IP address to one cable and not the other two. So make sure the cable that is connected to the correct interface is the interface is actually being configured for that IP address. So we'll take a look at that in a little bit when we log into a Linux machine. Also check to see if you got the right subnet mask and gateway. You'll always get the subnet information and gateway information from your network engineer. So make sure when you are talking to your network engineer, make sure they have given you the correct subnet and correct gateway. There might be a typo, there might be a fat finger when they sent you an email. Instead of like 192.168.1.1 gateway, they probably given it 2, and then you are just trying and figuring out so hard, but it's just not working. Then ping the gateway. If you are on the right gateway, then simply ping that gateway just to make sure if you could reach that gateway. If you cannot reach that gateway, then of course there's something wrong with the gateway or something wrong with the routing, which we'll take a look in a bit. Check if the gateway is assigned. So if your configuration is correct, then the gateway will be assigned itself. But if it is incorrect, then most likely you will have a problem where the gateway will not show up. So a gateway is like a gate which actually transports all your traffic from your machine to another machine. So if the gateway is not set in the routing table, then you're going to have a problem. Check with the network team if the correct VLAN is assigned on the switch side. What does it mean? It means that every network IP addresses are different, right? So the IP address that is given to you is actually assigned to the correct IP range, which is referred to as VLAN on the switching side, if that is assigned to the correct VLAN. If you have given an IP address, for example 192.168.1.12, and that in the back on the switch side it is configured for IP address 10.172.16.1, then no matter how many times you try, it will not work. Your computer will be okay, your setting on your computer will be okay, but the network switch side is not okay. So make sure when you talk to your networking folks, tell them that you are using this IP address. Please make sure it is actually associated to the correct VLAN on the switch side. Run tools like ETH tool or me tool to check the NIC status. So of course, if you are not at the data center, you cannot really physically verify if the cable is connected, right? You cannot see the blinking light on the port. So there are tools that could tell you if the link status is up or down, and those tools are ETH tool and MMI tool. We'll check it in a little bit. Also run the command if up space the interface command to bring up the NIC port, or you could just do if down and then if up just to reset the interface. Maybe it was not set up correctly and you probably have to restart. Restart network system, of course, which will do everything for you. If things are not working, something is wrong. If you're doing a system CTL restart network and there is something wrong with the network setting, it will tell you where exactly the problem is. Check on the status of NIC by running ifconfig or IP address command. We know that we ran that command many times, but on the NIC itself, you probably see the IP address. You probably see it is assigned and NIC is up, but the interface, the NIC, is probably not showing up as UP, meaning up. So we'll check that in a little bit. Also, check to see if the IP is assigned to some other device. Okay, yeah, that happens to me too in the past. If you are trying to assign an IP, especially static IP, to your machine and everything looks good but still having a problem, then there could be a possibility that the IP that is given to you has already been assigned to another machine. People make mistakes, that's fine. Maybe the network engineer has given you that IP, which is a duplicate IP, and it's going to cause IP conflict. So what will happen is you will try to bring your IP address up and it will come up, but it won't work because it's already up by another computer. Your IP address will only work when the other computer shuts down. So again, make sure there is no IP conflict. And sometimes there are firewalls rules in place at the operating system level or at the network switch level, which will prevent you to ping or SSH from one machine to another. So make sure your firewall is turned off at the OS level, as well as the firewall configuration is done right at the networking level. So again, bring it up with the networking team. Ask them if there are any issues with the firewall that has been sitting in the middle of one computer which you're working to another computer where you're trying to reach to. So here are a few troubleshooting steps. Let's go into our Linux machine and we will actually go through all these items. Okay, this is my Linux machine. I have it up and running and I am logged in as root. So now let's see, first check if you are on the correct network interface. So if I do ifconfig, or if I do IP space A or address, you'll see all the interfaces that you have available. Right now you see you have ENP0S3, LO, which is the loop back. This is something you don't have to worry about. You could ignore it. And the same way, you don't have to worry about the virtual bridge adapter. If you had ENP0S3 here and you had another one 0 and ENP0S4, S5, three of them, then you are trying to probably assign this IP 192.168.136 or 37, whatever the IP is given to you. You're probably assigning to S3. Well, in fact, it should go to ENP0S4. If that's the case, make sure you are assigning it to the correct one. How do you know you're assigning it to the correct one? Well, the tools that you could use to check the status, if the link status is up or not, is by running the ETH tool or MMI tool. So if I have two interfaces, I could do ETH tool ENP0S3. When I hit enter, you'll see right here tells me the speed of this interface, and somewhere here it will tell you something about link. Yes, all the way at the bottom. You see it says link detected. It says yes. It means the cable in the back is connected. Of course, we are using virtualization Linux machine, but it will still read it as if the cable is connected. So you'll see right here it says link detected. Yes, perfect. If you had ENP0S4 or S5 and you had link detected coming up as no, then you know right away, okay, this IP address is not set up for that interface, so you will assign it to the correct one. Now the question is, what if you have three interfaces and all of them show up as link detected? Yes. Then basically you have to go through the round robin thing. You have to assign the IP to the first interface, then the second, and then the third, and then see if it works or not. Otherwise, if you want to find out the easier way, you have to talk to your networking guy to find out which cable or which port has which VLAN. I'm sure every company would have a specific way of doing things. Sometimes companies that I've worked is very good in the documentation. They actually have spreadsheet which would tell which port on the switch, on the network switch, goes to which port on the server, because a server could have multiple ports, so it will tell you exactly where it's going. Also, if your networking team is not the ones that doing all this work of running cables, then you probably have an install team or data center team that will perform all these tasks for you. They are the one who will have that spreadsheet or the information that would tell you exactly which cable is going to which port and which port or which cable has which VLAN assigned. So check with them. Then check to see if you got the right subnet mask or gateway. So when you do ifconfig, you'll notice that your subnet mask for this interface, that mask is 255.255.255.0. Okay, you're looking at it and you're like, okay, I have the the subnet mask. Then why I cannot connect to this IP address, or why cannot I go from this machine to another machine? Well, probably your subnet mask that is given to you is incorrect. Maybe it's 255.255.254 or 253, depending on how your network is configured. So again, confirm with your networking team that you got the correct subnet mask. Now, please remember this whole scenario I'm talking about the static IP assignment. If you are on the DHCP IP assignment, which is not static, then your computer, your operating system will pick up the correct net mask itself. You don't have to worry about it. Also, it will pick up the gateway itself. But in the static world, you do have to specify the net mask and the gateway. So as I said, make sure you are given the correct net mask and correct gateway. Now, how do you check the gateway? The command that I use to check the gateway is netstat space -rnv. This will tell me right here, the first line. First of all, right up here, it's telling you these are the labels of the columns. Then right here, the first column is telling you all the traffic which is coming from whichever the IP in this machine, which is that's why it's given 0.0.0.0. All that traffic should go to the gateway 192.168.1.1, and that gateway is telling it, and all that traffic should be routed through the interface ENP0S3. That's how you see it, and then you'll see right here all the traffic of 192.168.1.1.0 should go to this gateway, which is eventually will route it to this gateway, and then it should have a subnet mask of 255.255.255. The last one you could ignore it because, as I said, this is for the bridge, virtual bridge adapter. You could even disable that adapter if you want to. But anyway, let's not get into this one. I don't want to confuse you. Alright, so make sure the subnet mask and gateway is correct. Then next thing is, if you think it is correct and it's given you by the network folks the right gateway, then ping it. So ping 192.168.1.1. If you are getting a response back, which is say 64 bytes, and you are getting the ICMP response back, it means the gateway is listening and it is responding and it is up. This gateway in the real corporate world, this is the IP assigned, most likely assigned it to the networking switch where all the computers are connected. So you pinged it, it works. Check if the gateway is assigned. I just covered that by running the command netstat -rnv. If you do not see that gateway that is given to you assigned here, then you probably have incorrect configuration in your configuration file. And where is that configuration file? It's in etc sysconfig network scripts. And if you do if cfg enp s3, you'll see this is the static configuration file setting, and this will tell you right here how the configuration should be set up, and if it should have a gateway in here as well. Right now you don't see it because the type is set up for DHCP. That is why you don't see it. If you want to have a static, you will have to add it, that gateway in there. Next one is check with the network team if the correct VLAN is assigned on the switch. There isn't any commands that you would have to run for that. You would basically have to pick up a phone or send an email to your network engineer and ask them that you are on the correct VLAN. Then check their tool, ETH tool or MMI tool. I already covered that, but to just go over quickly, run ETH tool ENP0S3 on your interface to check the status of your interface. If you want to know the speed of that port, if you want to know whether it's full duplex, half duplex, the link status, you will run that command. The other command is MII-tool ENP0S3, and you will see ENP, did I type it correctly? ENP, oh no, interface is correct, ENP0S3. Now you'll see here it says auto negotiation 1000, which is 1 gig of interface, flow control, and link is okay. This is the same link okay as if you see here is link detected, yes. And the last one, if you are still trying everything, you could always try to reboot your machine, or you could just simply do system CTL or system control restart network, and this will again go back to your configuration file, find out if there are any issues. If there are, it will notify you. Check on the status of the NIC by running ifconfig command. We have covered that. Also, so we could check if it is up and down by looking at one specific thing that I was going to show you is right here. It says ENP0S3, and you see right here it says up. If it is not up, sometimes what happen is you probably do see that the IP assigned and everything is working and subnet mask is correct, but you don't see this little thing says up right here. So in order for you to bring this up, then you could run the command if config enps3 enp0s3 up, and then when you run if config again, then you will see actually this will come up as up. And it will also, second thing you have to check is it's running. Right here it's running. As if you see here, it says up broadcast, but there it is not running. So make sure it is running. And then check to see if the IP is assigned to some other devices. And the only way you could do that is if you go to another machine and ping that IP address that you're trying to assign, see if it exists. But if it is pingable, then try to log into it and see if you're landing into the right machine or not. And the last one, I said turn off the firewall. This is one of the things that you could rule out by doing system CTL stop. In the newer version is firewall D. In the older version, it's service IP table stop. And it is telling you, since this is a newer version of operating system, it's saying I'm redirecting you to system CTL, and in there you should use this stop IP table service. So if I use that, I'm sure it still exists, but it is deprecated, not loaded, meaning it is there, but it is not loaded. Failed to stop because it's not up and running. Why? Because we have actually started running Firewall D now. It's a newer version that runs on a newer CentOS or Red Hat operating system. So these are the pretty much the steps that you need to take in the corporate environment, and I am very, very sure, very hopeful, if you go through all these steps of troubleshooting the IP address when it is actually shows up that it is up and running, but somehow you cannot reach it. That's what probably one of the reasons. I'm sure you'll, when you go through it, you'll find it right there. Yes, that was one of the reasons. And again, if you're still having an issue, I'm always here to help. I'm always here to add more content to newer things that come in. Alright, next one we have is about the system reboot or process restarted. Many times we see a process restarted on the application side, and we kind of wonder what happened to the process when in fact, the system gets rebooted. Why does the system gets rebooted? Well, the system usually reboots or crash when there are issues such as memory stress. If there are a lot of processes or applications that are running on your system that's using up memory or CPU on your system, and there will be a time when your system will crash when it cannot handle so much stress. Alright, so you're probably thinking then, shouldn't the system cannot take, if it cannot take all that application or all that queue coming into it, then it should hold off to it. Yes, that's the computers are designed to do that, but somehow when the computer is multitasking and juggling between processes and one process to another, then what happens is sometimes there is a kernel panic. A kernel is like a main program which actually communicates between the shell and the user and executes communicates between the shell and the hardware. So it's tell the hardware what to do. So if you're hitting A on your keyboard, and the kernel is taking that A and to print that on the screen. So kernel is doing a lot of work in the background in the Linux environment, where it is multitasking and is juggling with the tasks from one another. And when it runs out of resources, especially like memory or CPU resources, then there is usually a kernel panic, or you probably have heard of core dump. That's pretty much the same thing when it actually doesn't know what to do, and it kind of like says, I'm raising my hands, I don't know what else to do. And another and the last one regarding the system reboot or the crash, the cause of it is the hardware issue. If you have the actual hardware issue, meaning your motherboard is burned out, or actual CPU not at the operating system level where it has to process everything, but on the hardware side of it, the CPU, some circuits went bad and it actually caused issue on the CPU where the CPU sits or where the memory DIMM sits, or it could be a fan, a power, or all those peripherals or the devices that are attached to your system or inside of the system. If there are any issues, any hardware issues, then your system could reboot or crash. So, also another and very simple is accidental reboot. Sometimes users can execute certain commands or have something set up and a cron or something that actually scheduled to reboot, but then you don't realize until you actually find out, oh yeah, that is scheduled to reboot, and I scheduled it 6 months ago. You probably forgot after 6 months ago. So these are the um, uh, few things that you need to keep in mind, that the reasons why system reboots and crashes, the memory and CPU that is caused by the process and application itself, and then there's a kernel panic as well, and of course there's a hardware issue. Now the next thing is about the process restart. So the process is something that actually runs inside of the operating system. It's not outside of it. And for the process that can actually cause the system reboot, and when the system reboots, it will bring down the process with it as well. So the process restart itself, if there is no system reboot, and it's just a matter of, like, let's say if you are running Apache or any kind of process or NFS process, or Samba process on your Linux server, and suddenly you notice it was lost and then it came up after a minute or so, then you notice that there was a process interruption. Then you could actually log into the system and find out the status of the process by running the command systemctl status process. This is regarding the systemctl process status. You could run it. Next one we have is about the Watchdog application. Watchdog application is the third-party application that you could run on your system, and it could actually run in your environment, which prevents any stress or high stress on the CPU or memory. And every time it sees an application that is going to cause a problem, then it actually reboots, or sorry, it actually restarts that application, or it actually stops that application completely so it won't impact other processes in the environment. So the next one we have is about troubleshooting. When we do have issues like that, then how we troubleshoot issues like that. So first of all, you need to log in through SSH and run the following commands to troubleshoot. So of course, if your system has crashed and most likely it has been rebooted, meaning it has recovered itself and it has given you the login prompt, then what do? You actually run login through SSH, and then you run the command like uptime, top, dmessage, iostat with options ZX and 1 to refresh every minute, journal control. I will go through every one of them one by one when I actually access the Linux machine. Then I would recommend you that you go through the logs. That's one of the best troubleshooting options that you have available in your system, is that you check the logs. And the logs are like warlog messages, warlog syslog, or warlog boot.log, which will tell you if there are any issues at the boot.log. Also, for the application level, check the application logs. For example, as I mentioned before, if you have running Apache and it suddenly crashed, you could go into warlog httpd directory, and inside of that directory there are application related logs. If there are other application that you're running that has its own application somewhere else, then you could actually check that as well, or have your application team log into the system and have them take a look at why it brought down the server. Also for oracles, like the if the machine is running Oracle or bigger applications like these, there are a dedicated partitions or logs for them. You could always go in and check for the logs. If your system is not backup or you cannot log in through SSH, then what do? You log in through console, and the console is the ILO, iDrag. ILO is for HP, iDrag is for Dell, Virtual Console is for virtual environment, virtual machines. Also, I would recommend that you reach out to the vendor. So if you have the system recovered, rebooted, came back, or you have to reboot yourself, or if you see a blue screen or red screen on your system and you have to restart forcefully, then I would recommend that you should involve the operating system vendor, and that is Red Hat or SUSE or Oracle or whoever actually owns that operating system. If you find it a hardware related issue, then of course check the hardware logs. Where do you find the hardware logs? When sometimes you do find those hardware related error message in your var log operating system messages, which is var log messages, var log syslog. If you do not find anything in there, then go to the console itself, and in the console you'll find logs in there. You can upload those logs to the vendor as well. So that's about the troubleshooting steps. Now let's go into our Linux machine and we could run it. Let me restart this. Okay, so I have logged in to my Linux machine, and the first command that, as I said, I will run is uptime. If system is rebooted, you have to log in and check, hey, when the system came back, and uptime will tell you when it came back. Right here it's telling you it came back at 12:02, up, and it's running for the last 56 minutes. There have been 3 users in the system since it has been up, and the load average right here tells you the last 5 minutes load average is 0, the last 10 minutes on the load average is 0.4, and the last 15 minutes have been the load average of 0.08. You could also get the same load average when you run the command top. Right at the top of the top command, you'll see right here it says load average. This load average is pretty much the same load average that you'll see in the uptime. The uptime, the good thing about this command uptime, it tells you exactly how long the system been up for. If you see like 5 minutes here, you'll know exactly the system has been rebooted. Yes, you have confirmed that. Now the next thing is you need to find out why did it reboot. The next command you will run is dmessage, and when you run it, a lot of information actually scrolls through the screen. You could actually more it, or you go through one by one, or you could grab for like error message or a warning message, and you will see if there are any message. Also check the disk issues. Maybe there are disk issues, local or external, and you could run the command excuse me iostat space -z xz and 1 to refresh it. I'll go put 1, so it will keep refreshing it, and you will see right here, let me stop it. It tells you the RQM, the read and write, the speed, and in what speed it is writing it. If you see this high numbers here, then it means your disk is, you're having communication with your disk and it's causing issues with your disk. Next command is about journal. This is the command which is also actually goes through some of your boot logs and find out how the system rebooted. This is specifically focused on the kernel logs itself. You could also grab for error message or logs. Error message or warnings. Now let's go through the logs. So mostly in most of the system in Linux, the logs are located in var log. So you go to the var log, and the log that you have to check, which will give you a lot of information, is the messages log. This will give you if the system crashed, hardware issue, why it crashed, kernel panic, hardware issue, CPU stress, Whatever that is, this is the best location where you have to come in to find out why it caused the issue. There's also another log which is var log boot log, which will tell you exactly when the system was booting up, if there were any issue when it was booting up. The next thing, I mentioned that you should go through the ILO or iDrag. I do not have ILO or iDrag in my environment because I run most of my machines in virtualization platform. So if you have ILO or iDrag IP address, you will have to open up a browser, put in that IP address, put in the user credentials, and you will log into the actual hardware ILO or iDrag console. Then again, reach out to vendor Red Hat. You should have a Red Hat support or SUSE. If you have it, go ahead and open up a case. Most likely, they will ask you to send them the logs, or for Red Hat, they will ask you to provide SOS report. Same thing for hardware. It works the same way. They will ask you for the logs, and they will do their due diligence, go through the logs, and provide you with the update that what caused the system to crash and why the application restarted. Again, the application, as I was saying, in var log, you do have applications in different folders that you could go in and check why the application crashed. Cannot run certain commands in a Linux environment. Well, there are issues when we actually try to run the commands inside the operating system and we get messages like command not found, or the command permission denied, or the library is missing. There's so many things that could go wrong. So this lecture is about finding or troubleshooting ways that we could fix issues like these. So there are two type of commands that are available or that can be created inside an operating system. One is all those commands that we run inside the operating system to actually manage the operating system or maneuver through the file system. Those type of commands, such as like ls, cd, pwd, those are like a native commands that are packaged together inside of an operating system, and most likely those commands are available to you. If you do not have any specific commands, it could be many different reasons, and we will cover those type of commands as well. The second type of commands are the commands that you create, and those commands are created when you create a script. So let's say if you wanted to do echo hello world and you wanted to name that script something like check. When you run that check is actually becomes a command. That is not a system command, but it is still considered a command. So again, keep that in mind. There are two type of commands: operating system related commands and user created commands. So we will talk about how we could troubleshoot these type of issues that come up regarding the commands. First one, we need to check the permission and ownership issues, whether you have the right to run these commands. Many times you as a regular user, do not have access to root level commands like reboot, shutdown, or system configuration related type of commands. A regular user does not have access to those commands. So make sure you do have access to them. If you are not root, and that access is given in the sudo file, which is etc sudoer. Ownership of the file makes a huge difference as well. If you're not ownership and you qualify in or you fall in the other category, then you should have an executable permission for that command. Also, make sure you are running the commands in relative path and absolute path. So relative paths are the commands. If you have created a command, let's say check, and that command exists in /home/ifzol, then you cannot run that command while you are in /temp. You could run it, but you have to provide the absolute path for that command. We will look into it when we log into a Linux machine. Moving on, command paths not defined. So maybe you have a command and that you're trying to run, and you think that command should be part of the slash user bin or slash user s bin, and it's not, and it is specified in a different path because it belongs to a different package. So just make sure you have that command or that path defined in your profile. So to check that, you could run the command echo path. We'll run that as well. Command packages missing or not installed. So if you're running a command and it comes up says command not found, then another issue could be that you do not have a package that is associated with that command. For example, if you are trying to run a command, let's say telnet, then that command has to exist, or that package has to exist in that operating system. And for that, you could run commands like yum provides pwd or yum search telnet. Then we have command library missing or deleted. So if you are running a command and each command has many libraries associated with it, and if those libraries are missing or corrupt, then you will not have uh, access to those commands, or you will not run those commands properly. You could check them by running the command, whereas on the command to see what are other libraries associated with them. So let me log into my machine, my Linux machine, and here I will tell you the first thing is about the permission and ownership. So if I have created a script as root, so let me become a root, and I will go into temp directory and I create a file called check, and now I will modify the check file, and I created a script, and make sure the script always have a shell defined on it, and I'll just do echo hello world. I will save that file. As soon as I save that file, you cannot run that check command because it will say command not found. There are two reasons. One is when you do ls-l and you do check, you'll see you have not given it the executable permission. A script or a command, it needs to have X on these bits, the last bits, in order to run it. So you have to run the commands change mod a for all plus executable check. Now when you run that command as check again, it will still not gonna run when you run it. Why? Now this comes into the second troubleshooting steps that I defined. One is the absolute path, and second one is relative path. So you are already in the path where that check script exists. So when you do ls-l check, you'll see that it is a script because the color is changed. It has the proper executable permissions. But why it's not running? Because anytime you run a script that is not in your path, so this is the third troubleshooting step I'll cover in a bit. So anything that is not in your profile or not in your path, you have to run it as /check. Now it will run and it will say hello world. That's for the relative path. But if you do not want to specify /, you could run that check script by specifying the complete absolute path, which is temp check, and then it will run it. Now if I become a regular user, for example, I have Sol, and I go in to the temp directory and I will run the check script, it is letting me run as well. Why? Because right here you notice everyone else has also allowable permission to execute that script. So that's why me being myself, I could still run that script. Now about the path. So if I am, let's say, in etc directory, or I am as root in etc directory, pwd tells me I'm in etc. So now when I run check, it is gonna give me command not found. Again, why? Because as one of the reason I said, you have to be in a relative path and run /. Second thing is, you could actually have that path if you wanted to have /temp in your profile. So if you do echo path, you see all these directories which starts with user locals sbin separated by colon, meaning that's a second directory, that's the third directory, that's the fourth directory, that's a fifth, and that's the sixth. So there are 6 directories that are in my path. So anytime I create a script in any of these directories, then no matter where I am and which directory I am in Linux environment, I will run that script and it will work perfectly fine. So if you wanted to add any of the command in your profile and make sure that it's in path, then you have to modify in your .bash. So if I go into the root directory, so instead of root, I'll just go into my directory because I'm logged in as myself here, and there is a file called bash rc. This is the file where you could define your path, what could go in there. So make sure if you are running a command, that command exists in one of these directories, otherwise it will give you this error message says command not found. Then moving forward, we are talking about command packages missing or not installed. So let's say if I wanted to run a command telnet and hit enter, it says command not found. Now I could see where that command located by running. I have to be root for that command. I have to do find everywhere and look for telnet. It is actually going to search the entire file system to check if anything that with the name telnet exists. So it did not find it. It means this telnet command does not exist anywhere, regardless which directory it is in or not, or whether it is in absolute or relative path. So you could run commands like yum provides telnet, which will tell you which package is associated with this, and it tells you the package that you will need to download for this command is right here. It says 1 telnet dash the version and the architecture of your operating system. You could also use the command called yum search telnet, and this will actually search. By the way, yum commands go out on the internet and it looks for CentOS repositories or Red Hat repository to check if any of those packages are available. And it did find it. It did find a few of them, and it tells you the versions and information about that. So if you wanted to install it, you could do yum install telnet. When you hit enter, it goes out on the internet and it's going to fetch that package for you, and it's going to tell you any dependency that exists, and it tells you the size of the downloaded package that we're trying to install. By the way, right now I'm just going to do N for do not install it, because I wanted to quickly show you another thing called RPM, which is the command that tells you if a package is installed or not. So I'm going to run RPM space -QA to query everything and just grep for telnet. When I run this, I am probably not, I'm not gonna get anything because there's nothing installed. So now when I run yum install telnet, this is going to get that package for me, and I have to hit yes or Y to get that package installed. So now if I hit up arrow key and I do RPM-QA and grep for telnet, then you will see the result came back with the package that's been installed that is associated with this telnet command. Now, if I do telnet, and you see the command is there, it ran and executed perfectly fine. Now, the last thing I wanted to show you is command library missing or deleted. So for that, you have to type where is. So if you are doing, let's say, if you're running pwd command and it's not working, you could do where is pwd, and you will see all the associated files with the command pwd. The main one is the pwd script itself. Another one is the share manual pages, and this is another one with share manual pages. This is basically telling you the manual pages that are associated with pwd. But if you wanted to know more about the libraries, you could do the same find command with the entire directory and just do pwd, hit enter, and it is going to find anything that is associated with it. Apparently there's no libraries attached to this one, so but there are other commands that have the libraries attached, so not having those libraries will cause a problem for those commands to be run. So again, look at these few troubleshooting items when you're running a command or when you get into the issues where the commands cannot run. Cannot change password. Now, this is some type of issues that we experience when we're trying to change a password. Either it's a regular user account or a root password. So anytime you make changes to the password or reset the password, there are two files that are specifically involved here. One is etc password and the other one is etc shadow. Remember, the etc password is not the password full word password, it's passwd. The passwd is the file that actually has the information for all the users, the username, the user shell, the user home directory, the user ID, and some other information that is related to that user. Whereas etc shadow file is responsible for keeping the passwords in that file. Now, if you do a more or cat on that C shadow file, and you will see a long string of password that is not actually a password, it's actually encrypted password. That's why you see such a long encrypted password. So what are the issues that can happen when you're trying to change the password? First, you are adding a user manually in etc password file, and etc shadow file has no information about it. So when you change the password and the command, when you run the password followed by the username, it will give you some type of manipulation or token error. So every time you add a user manually in etc password, make sure you run the command password followed by the username and specify the user password, so the command password can update the etc shadow file. Then the etc shadow file is corrupted. That could be another reason that you are having problem with etc shadow changing the password. So if you have a username in etc shadow called ifsol, and somehow one of the fields is corrupted, or the username is corrupted, or the file itself is corrupted, meaning it has some weird characters in it, then you have to actually VI the file and fix those issues. Then moving on, etc shadow is completely missing, meaning someone has accidentally deleted the etc shadow file. Then what do? You run a command called pwconvert, which will recreate the file for it. It does have its drawbacks. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now let's talk about the troubleshooting steps, how we could troubleshoot when someone cannot change their password, or having trouble changing a password, or if they think they have changed the password and it is not working. So it could be any of the situation. Let's see how we could troubleshoot them. First of all, make sure you have the correct user. Meaning, if you are running a command password followed by the username and the username does not actually exist, the password command will tell you the user does not exist. So please pay close attention to the message and provide the correct username. Then provide current password before entering a new password. Many times when we run the command password and then it asks for your current password and then it lets you change to a new password. When you are putting in or when you are trying to change a password for when you being root, then it will not ask you for your current password. So keep that thing in mind. When if you are accustomed to changing a password as root, then you will not be prompted to provide the current password. However, if you are changing a regular user its own password, you will have to provide the current password, then you provide the new password. So many times we'll make the mistake, we'll just put in the new password and it just doesn't work. Then you have to be root to set other user passwords, meaning you cannot change someone's password. If you are a user, let's say IFZOL, you cannot change Seinfeld's password unless you have some type of sudo rights. Only root can change other users' passwords. Make sure to specify the user after the command password. Why I am including that as a troubleshooting step, because I have actually also experienced this issue one time, or I have made a mistake one time like that, is when I become root and I try to change a password for some user, let's say IFZOL or Seinfeld. I will put in just a command password. It will let me put in my new password, and then I would think that I actually have changed the password for that user. Well, in fact, I have changed the password for root. And when I'll try to log in next time for that user password is not going to work. And then when I try to log in as root, and root is not going to work either. So please make sure you make that distinguish when you are putting in the command just password. So make a habit every time you try to change a password, put the command password followed by the username. Also make sure that you run a pwconvert command after creating a user in etc password file. If you are in the habit of creating user accounts by going into straight VIing the etc password file, then run pwconvert command, because this will synchronize the changes in etc password with etc shadow file. Fix the SC shadow file. Of course, if there is a corruption, we'll fix it. If there is incorrect entries, you have to fix that as well in the troubleshooting steps. Then the last one is if you are running a command pwconvert, in case you are trying to recreate the etc shadow file, make sure, and you need to remember one thing. You have to make sure as well, and you need to remember as well, that every time you run that command to recreate the new etc shadow file, you will have to go through setting up the password for every user that is listed in etc password file. Why? Because etc shadow file goes to etc password file and asks for the users that exists in etc password, but etc password file does not have any information about the passwords itself. So you would have to run the command password followed by the username. Every user that exists in etc password, except for the ones that have, of course, no logins, or the ones that are service accounts that does not require logins. But for every other users, local users, you have to run that command. Alright, so let me go into my Linux machine and let's try a few of the troubleshooting steps and see what kind of problems we could experience. The first one is the current user. So if I am trying to change a password, I run a command and I'll do the password for a user, let's say IFZOL, and I've made a mistake and I put IFZEL. It will tell you unknown user name IFZOL. So make sure you're specifying the correct username. Second, provide current password before entering new password. So if I am logged in as IFZOL and now I'm trying to change my password, it is going to ask you for current Unix password. Pay that close attention. If I'm trying to put in a new password here, for example, it will tell me an error message saying password token authentication token manipulation error. It means that I am not providing the correct current password. So you have to provide the correct current password first before it actually changes to new password. So let's see. I'm putting the current password. Now you see it's telling me to put a new password. So I'll just exit out of it, Control C out of it. I don't want to change it. Next thing is you have to be root to set other user password. Because let's say if I am myself and I'm trying to change a password for Seinfeld, which is a user in this machine, it will tell me only root can specify a username. So I cannot make that change for the password. Cannot set the password for that user. Okay. Next one is make sure to run the pw converter command after creating a user etc password. So when you are creating a user in etc password file, so let me exit out and become root. And let's say if I'm editing the file etc password and I'm putting in a new user in there, let's call it Elaine. Give it another new ID, new group ID, description, just Elaine. Home directory is Elaine /home/Elaine. Every field is separated with colons, and then the shell is bin bash. Now if you notice when I do grep Elaine in etc password, it does exist because I just created it, but at the same time when I do grep in shadow file, it does not exist. So for that you have to run the command pw converter, password converter, and now when you run the grep in shadow, you will see it is there. You see that there is a little X in the password field. It means the user account is there to keep the password management for that user, but the password is still not set. So if I do password Elaine and hit enter, and now when I specify a new password, and it says all authentication tokens updated successfully. Now if I do grep Elaine etc shadow, now you will see it gives me this whole big string of password. This is not the actual password. It's just the encrypted password. So now it has it, and now I could log in as Elaine. I could put in the password, and I'm logged in. By the way, it's telling me in this could not change directory to home directory because I have not created it. That is fine. The ID cannot find name for group ID 1002 because I did not create a group with a group ID 1012. Anyway, we could just ignore that, or if you want to add it, you could. So now if I have this entry and I am trying to change a password, let's say before I change the password, I vi shadow file and I remove the last entry Elaine. Now it does not exist. Now if I try to change a password here again for Elaine, it is going to ask me for the current password, and I put it in this time the correct password, but it is still giving me this error message saying authentication token manipulation error. The reason is because this does not exist anymore in the shadow. So now I have to run the command again, Elaine password space Elaine, specify the new password for Elaine, and now if I try to do password, put in a new password, and now it's giving me the option of new password. I'm going to control C out of it. So make sure there are a couple of commands that we covered. If you are getting these type of error messages, you would have to follow these troubleshooting steps, and I'm pretty sure this will get you through and get your issue resolved. User has no home directory. When a user logs in to the Linux machine, it shows up a message on the screen that no home directory found or cannot change to the home directory specified, or many different errors that could come up when there is no directory. So what is a home directory and what is it used for? Home directory, it's like a space for a user when they actually log into a Linux machine. They would actually land into a specified location or directory where they could create their own files and subdirectories in that directory. So that's a space that is assigned to every user in Linux. Not necessarily every user needs a home directory. In that case, a user will be given a regular directory like slash or slash temp wherever they land depending on the system that is running. So anyway, a common and good practice is every time a regular user, a human user especially, is created in Linux environment, their home directory should exist. Now let's talk about the issues. What are the issues that can happen regarding home directory? One of them is there is no home directory when user logs in, right? That's the whole lecture is about. That's the whole issue we will try to troubleshoot. And they will report an issue. Hey, when I log in, I get this error message. So that's of course the primary issue. So now the troubleshooting steps. How can we troubleshoot this type of issue, or what are the things we should look for when we are trying to troubleshoot issues with no home directory? First one is directory does not exist. It's simple, and it's just that when a user account was created, at that time whoever created that user account, it did not create that home directory that is actually specified inside the etc password. Or the other way around is the directory exists, but in etc password there is no directory location is specified for that user to log into. Next thing is directory permissions, and of course directory ownership. The permission will be at the level of execution. If the directory owner has X bit set to its ownership, then only then the user could log in. And the ownership, of course, if you create a directory, make sure that directory is owned by that user who is trying to log into the system and wants to get into that directory. And the last one is directory name should match with the directory listed in etc password. So if we have specified a directory and the directory name for that user, then the directory should also match that same directory listed in etc password. Many times we actually have a different username and different directory. That is perfectly fine as long as that different directory name exists in etc password and that matches with the directory that is being created on the system. So let's log in to our Linux machine and we will try a few of the troubleshooting steps. Previously I have created an account for Elaine. So if I do grep for Elaine in etc password, you will see the username is Elaine. This is the password field. This is the user ID, group ID, description, and this is where the home directory location. So this is telling, that C password is telling every time this user logs in, this user should land into the etc /home/Elaine directory. The last column is actually telling which shell should be given to the user when the user logs in. So now we have that information. Now let's go ahead and log in as Elaine. I'll open up a duplicate session, and instead of root I'll log in as Elaine. I'll put in the password. Okay, so right here you'll see the first is last login about Elaine. That's what is telling the information when and from where that user logged in and what time and what date. Second is the one that we will troubleshoot. It says could not change directory chdir to home directory, which is home Elaine. Why? Because there is no such file or directory. Is there a file? Is there a directory that exists in home that spells out as Elaine? No. So let's go ahead and create a directory called Elaine in slash home. So I'm going to use the command mkdir Elaine. Let's verify it if that directory exists now. Yes, it does exist. So now let's go ahead and I'm going to close the session and let's go ahead and log in back again. Elaine. Access denied. Now it's coming as access denied. Let's try again the password just to make sure. Okay, yeah, I put it in the wrong password. Sorry about that. Okay, so anyway, now it's telling me the same information. Last login, was one field. Last login, and now I am logged in as Elaine, the home slash home slash Elaine. Now, if you notice, this directory is owned by root and its group is owned by root as well, but I'm still able to come in. The reason because it has this executable with that, associated with that. So if I remove that for group and for others minus executable for Elaine, let's verify it, and you see it is gone. Let me remove R as well for others. So change mod others minus R Elaine, and now let's verify it again. Now you'll see only root can get into it, and the group has right as well, but that's okay, we can leave that. Now I'm going to exit out and I'm going to log back in as Elaine. Okay, now it's giving me permission denied. You see, now it's a different message. It's not telling me about the change directory. It's telling me about bash home Elaine bash profile permission denied. It's trying to go into and read that bash profile. That is the profile where all the information about the user exists. It's trying to go into that. It knows that there is a directory there, and it goes in, but it cannot read anything or cannot actually cd into that directory to read that file. By the way, if this error message is throwing you off, please ignore that. This is basically just telling it that there is no group ID 1002 for that group or for that user. I could just quickly create that group add for Elaine, Etsy Elaine, Etsy group. Now you see it is created. Anyway, so let me just log in, so this way you're not gonna see that error message again. Let me log in a duplicate session as Elaine. Okay, so you see the error message is gone, but now of course we still have that error message that's saying could not change directory to home, permission denied, and of course the next error message is trying to read that is also permission denied. So if I wanted to, first of all the directories that are owned by the user should have these type of permissions. So only the user itself should have read, write, and execute. So first of all, let me remove group minus R for Elaine. So this, you see this little bit of read should be removed. So it is gone. Let me do ls again now. Oh, I actually accidentally did remove for others, and others did not exist anyway. I had to do the group. Okay, now when I do ls minus L on home, and you'll see the directory permissions matches with other directory permission. So one thing at a time, this is fixed. Now about the ownership. So I wanted to change the ownership of Elaine directory to Elaine herself, to that user. So for that, I have to run the command change ownership, which is change own, and the name of the person that I'm trying to change it to. So this is the username, not the directory, Elaine, and now this is the directory. So just remember that. Now when I do ls minus L on home, and you'll see it is changed to Elaine. Now if I try to log in again, do you think it's going to let me log in with that directory? I don't think so. Because, oh, it did. Let me see which directory I'm in. I am in Elaine. Perfect. Why did it let me log in? Oh, I'm sorry. What I meant was I was going to change the group ownership first, then Elaine I was going to show you, but anyway, I'm sorry. Let me switch it back. So change ownership to root for Elaine. Okay, now I want to change the group first to Elaine of Elaine. Now you see I changed the group ownership, not the ownership of the user itself. So now when I try to log in, I will get the error that I was trying to see, and I'm trying to show you guys. Okay, see, we got the same error message, because even though the group is the owner of that directory now, but the Elaine user can still not get into that directory. Why? Because right here, these 3 bits belong to the group, and the group has no permissions whatsoever. Now I have to run that command that I ran earlier, change own Elaine user to Elaine directory. Now when I do ls minus L on home, and now you will see it has all the correct permissions that you could think of. Alright, let me exit out and log back in. Elaine, put in the password, and I am logged in perfectly fine. No error message whatsoever. So that's how you troubleshoot issues about the home directory. I hope there aren't any more issues. If you do see any more issues, please do let me know. I will definitely add that to the same lecture, and we could keep extending our troubleshooting steps. How to change every instance of a word in a file. What exactly an instance of a word? Any word that is in a file and it has been repeated, and if it is only one time, that's one instance, and if it's repeated multiple times, that's multiple instance. So if you are trying to modify a file, for example, you wanted to change a word, let's say information or error, and you wanted to change that into warning, and there are, let's say, thousands of words that has error, or there's thousands of error words that it's inside of a file, then are you going to change it manually? You can, but it could take a lot of time. So we will cover that, how we could change the multiple instance of a word in a file. So the troubleshooting steps would be manually change every word. Of course you could do that, but again, it will take you a lot longer than you would run a command or the right way. The first way is that we vi the file and use :s, which is to substitute, for substitution. And the right command is :1, $S for substitution, and then the string that you are trying to change, followed by to change it with. And the third way that you could do is using the set command. Set command is a very powerful command that allows you to make changes to a file or manipulate a file. So you don't have to VI the file. You could simply use sed space single quote S for substitute slash the word that you're trying to change slash to the word that you're trying to change it to, and slash G and single quote. G is that it has to go through all the way to the end of the file. So let's try to go through some of the exercise and see how we could uh, change a few words in a file. I have a file already and I call it Seinfeld. Now that file, when I do cat or more that file, it has pretty much some of the characters of the Seinfeld show. So anyways, just the names, first name, last name. So if I am trying to change something in that file or replace something, for example, I wanted to replace every instance of the word Seinfeld with something else, let's call Jerry. So how can we do that? So the first thing is, as I said, change it manually via the file, and of course it'll take your time. Second way is you VI the file, and here you put in $1, comma, $S for substitution, and what are you trying to substitute is Seinfeld space James slash. Hit enter and you will see that these last two had Morty Seinfeld and Helen Seinfeld. Why it didn't change Jerry Seinfeld is because the Seinfeld in this column has a lowercase s. That's why it did not change it. So you could also specify the lowercase and change it to James as well. So let's quit out of it. The next way we could do is, if you do cat again on the Seinfeld, you see that nothing has changed. The file is back on. We didn't save it. The next one is we run the sed command. So to do that, we'll type sed s for the string, again Seinfeld space the new name, a new word, James, and end it with G, and we'll hit enter. No, we have to specify which file we wanted to make the change it to, and hit enter. So now you'll say again it has changed this Morty Seinfeld to James, Helen Seinfeld to James as well. But when you do cat Seinfeld again, you'll see it still has the Seinfeld. Why didn't change it? You have to specify another option called -I is to do the insert and then save it. So now when you hit enter and you do cat on Seinfeld, and you'll see now the name has changed. It's just a little trick I want you guys to know. Someone brought this up to my attention. They were trying to make the changes. I just want you to know how you could make the change in a file which has a lot of words that you wanted to make a change to, and without going to the hassle of changing every word one word at a time. How to use a sed command. Sed command, as I said earlier, it's a very powerful command, so I'm adding this lecture to actually go over a few of the examples that we could use for sed command. Sed command becomes very handy when you're trying to manipulate a file, as we did in the earlier lecture. So I will cover a little more on the sed command and go over a few of the examples in this lecture. So as you see on the left hand side, here are a few things that we'll do, like replace a string in a file with the string. We already covered that in the last lecture. Replace a string in a file and save it, remove the first line in a file, and so on. So let me log into my Linux machine right away and we'll go over one by one. So I have a file called Seinfeld. You guys already know that. So now the first one we'll go over with is replace a string in a file with a new string. So we'll already cover that in the last lecture. I'm not going to go over it again. Second one is replace a string in a file and save it. So if I have this file and I will do sed and just do substitute, let's say for Jerry to uppercase Jerry and close it with the file name, it actually changed it to uppercase, but when I do Seinfeld, it still has that lowercase because it didn't save it. So if I wanted to make that changes and save it, then I have to use the command option minus I, hit enter. Now when I do Seinfeld, you see it has changed. Next one is remove the first line in a file. If you wanted to get rid of the first line, which is in this case Jerry Seinfeld, then how do you could do it? Well, it's very easy if you are doing VI and you wanted to you always get into the first line when you're doing a VI, but if you wanted to get rid of the third line, fourth line, or let's say 1,000th line or 959th line, then how you do it? That's when it becomes a little tricky. So in this case, let's say if I wanted to remove second line George Costanza, then I will use this sed command, which is right here. I'll do sed, comma, 2D, because second line of the file, which is Seinfeld. And you see it actually removed that file from it. And if you wanted to save it, I'll use the minus I option. Next thing is replace a string during VI. We covered that already in our last lecture. Second is remove spaces. So if I have spaces, you notice every first name and last name have spaces in the middle. If I wanted to get rid of them, then I will use sed command with substitution again, slash, specify what I'm trying to replace. I'm trying to replace space, so put space, slash, and what I'm trying to replace with, nothing. So just slash G, enter the name of the file. And you see all the spaces are removed. Next one is add a tab instead of spaces. Now, if you wanted to add some kind of characters like that, you would have to use certain things. So in this case, you'll see it says sed minus I, substitute slash, space slash with tab. Now, how do you specify the tab? You cannot just type a tab. So you would have to use, in place of tab, give Control V. So type Control V, then followed by tab. So we'll do the same command, spaces, and when I'm here, I will type Control V and tab. Then it will actually take that tab, and when I hit enter, you'll see everyone is aligned with a tab, perfectly aligned. Next one is if you want to add a line before the fourth line of the file. So any line, it's not just fourth, but it's just picked fourth. So if I wanted to add one line at the fourth level, or the fourth line right here, 1 2 3 4, if I wanted to add it right here, then I will use sed, comma, 4 I backslash what I wanted to add. So let's say I wanted to add a new character in there. Let's say I just type it new character, close it, and the name. And you see right here 1 2 3, and the fourth line comes up as new character. So if I do Seinfeld again, it's not there because I didn't use the minus I option. The last one is I have is insert a line before matching word, which means if I wanted to insert a line before a matching word, let's say matching word, I've picked James and I want to add lines here. So I'll do sed, comma, slash James slash I space. And now a new string, do I want to add a new string? Anything? Nope. Let's try without it and hit enter, and you see just lines there. It's empty lines. So there are many other things that you could do with the sed command, but I just showed you a few of the examples, and I really hope that these examples will help you manipulate the files and many of the things that you're trying to do. And if you can't do it, let me know. I'll try to help you as much as I can. Thanks. How to kill a process or user process or terminal in our Linux environment. What is a process? Anything that you run in Linux, or any any program that is running inside of Linux operating system actually create a process. That process runs either on the terminal while you're running it, or it runs in the background. Some of the processes that continues to run, they are known as, or are called, daemons that continuously running. But some of the processes are the ones when you execute a command, for example, top, pwd, cd, or ls, they actually create a process as well. But that process, it's the lifetime of that process is so short that you really cannot see how that process stays or what's the process ID of that little process. So what about a user? When a user logs in, whatever the command or the sessions they're running in, they are assigned an ID for that user. So if your user logged in, they are given a shell environment and a terminal. So that terminal, which is in this case, that terminal is also assigned an ID that is associated to that process. So everything, all that processes, system process, user process, or terminal process, at the end have an ID assigned to it. And now in this lecture, I want to cover it how we could identify those process IDs, or simply those processes, and how can we stop them or kill them. In Linux language, in this operating system language, the stopping of a process can be done with a nice way to use a systemctl stop or services stop, or you could use the command kill, which will actually kill the process right away, whether depending on what signal that you're sending to the process. So the troubleshooting steps in terms of how we could identify if the system is slow or you have identified the process and you want to kill it, and what are the troubleshooting for that, and if you are trying a kill command and it is not working, then what are the different ways that you could use to go through killing a process. First is you find the process ID. If you know the process name, you will run the command ps-ef and grep for the process. When you grep for it, it will actually display the process ID, and then you use the kill command followed by the process ID to kill that process. You could also use kill -9 followed by the process ID. The reason you pick -9 is because it just halts or stops your process right away without knowing what is associated with it, whether it needs a graceful shutdown or not, or whether there are other processes depending on that process. So it's like you could say it's a brutal kill, where just kill will go through certain evaluation. Next one is run a pkill on a process name. If you do not know the process ID and you do know the process name, you could use the command pkill followed by the name of the process. Another one we have called kill all. This is the process which actually used on a process name. By the way, pkill, kill all are kind of a wrappers. They wrap around the command kill, but they do certain things as well to help you in terms of, like, pkill finds the process ID for you and kill it. Kill all finds the process ID for you when you specify the process name. It also finds any other processes that are associated with that main parent process and kill them as well. That's why it is kill all. So let's go into the Linux machine and we'll try a few of them one by one and see how they work. So if I am running a command, let's say top. Simple command. I always run top because it is a continuous process which will run, which is not going to stop it. You'll also see right here, you could find out the name of the process top, and on the left hand side it'll show up the process ID as well. So right here, the name and the ID. If I wanted to kill it, let me open up another session. I could use the command kill followed by the process ID, which is 103. Let it come back. 10325. So I could do kill 10325. As soon as I hit enter, it will stop this top process right here. You see, I got my prompt back. So you could also use the kill -9 and it will stop it regardless any other process depending on it. Let's go to the next one, which is pkill process. So if I'm running the top again, and now if I do pkill and I do not know the process ID, or it's a lot of pain to find the process ID, then I could simply run top and it will kill top. It will find the process ID for you and it will kill it. See, it's killed it right here. Now if you wanted to find the process ID not from the top itself but from a command called ps -ef and grep for top, it will get you the process ID right here. It says 10455. So now I could use kill 10455. And again, it is giving me the session. So now that's about the pkill. Now let's talk about kill all. So again, kill all. Let's run top again. And to do kill all, I could just simply do top and any associated processes, the process ID, anything, it's the responsibility of kill all to find it and kill it for me. Again, as soon as I ran it, as you see on the other session, it is just stopped. Now, if I wanted to do a user stop or the terminal stop, so let's find out the terminal. So let's see who. And I notice I have two terminals. The user is root, which is right here. I'm logged in. And my terminal is PTS0/2. PTS1 was the one that I've logged in earlier. PTS0 is my console access to my Linux machine, which is right here, which is the console. If I kill this one, it will kill the console. So now I know that the process, the console or the terminal is PTS2. Now I want to kill that. Now I need to know the process ID, so I could do ps -ef grep it for PTS/2. And now right here is telling me the PTS-2 is associated to root and it is logged in as SSHD and its process is 10346. It has also given a bash terminal. I could also kill that, but I should kill the main process, which is the terminal itself. So instead of killing it here, I'll kill it here. So this will, you'll see how the Windows loses the connectivity. 10346, hit enter, and as soon as I hit enter, you'll see in the background it says server unexpectedly closed network connection because I kicked the user out. So it's no more used. I could just hit enter. It's not there. So now when I do who, you'll see I do not have that PTS/2 session anymore. So that's another way to actually find out if you find out which user is running which process. So you could actually kill that process or kill that user completely. So any processes that is associated with that user will kill that process as well. So you could simply do kill all on PTS2, and if that user PTS2 session was running top, it will kill the session as well as the top command or any command that that user was running at that time. So that's about killing a process or user or terminal. And the troubleshooting steps are listed. There are 3 different commands we covered. You should try it one by one and see how it works.
Recovering root password. Every system administrator in his or her life faces this issue where they have to recover root password. And why do they face that is because they either have to comply with security standard to change the root password every now and then. They change it, but then they forget after a year or two, or they fat fingered while changing the root password and now they cannot recover it. So how do you change it? You have to restart your computer. Why? I could just simply type password followed by the root and change it, right? Well, no, because in order to run the command password space root, you have to be root. And to be root, you have to put in the password. It's like Cache 22. So, how do we solve that problem? Well, I'll say it's not that simple. Why? Because you have to restart your entire computer and make sure you are in front of your computer. If you can get console access, perfect. If not, then stay in front of the computer with a keyboard and monitor. Reboot it, edit the grub file, change the password, and then reboot it again. We'll try this procedure in our lab environment, and we'll think that we don't remember our root password and we'll try to change it. Let's log into our Linux machine, and this time of course we definitely want to go in through the console, not through the PuTTY session, because as soon as you reboot your machine, the PuTTY session will not allow you to see the reboot process. So now I have to reboot. I have to run command reboot. But remember one thing, I have super user rights on certain commands. That's why I was able to reboot. But if I was not able to reboot, and it would have given me a message saying you do not have permission to reboot, right? So in that case, you would have to go into a machine and type reset and then click on reset. But now since I already rebooted, I'll go in here, and you have to be in this menu very quickly because it starts your computer within 5 seconds. So once you are in here, you could just select any one. The first one is your actual operating system. Second one is just a rescue of your operating system. Select the first one. Once you're selected the first one, then select E to edit it. You could also see at the bottom says press E to edit the selected item. So I'm just going to click E. I'll come down to the parameters where I will see RO. RO meaning read only. The system mounts on the read only. I want to mount the system in read write. So I'll go to the line. You will see in a second where it says RW right here. RO, right? So I'm going to remove that, and I have a parameter that I'm going to set that I have it written. By the way, if you want to get out of this terminal, type Control key on the right side of your keyboard, not the left one, right side, to release your mouse. I have this parameters written down here that I'm gonna follow. Yes, administrators do have to follow some instructions. They have to write it down. A good administrator always write down their troubleshooting instructions. Okay, so now I will do RW. You see my first line in my notepad, RW space init equal slash sys root slash bin slash sh. Once I have typed that in, simply type Control X. Now remember, this is not VI that you have to use insert or any other keys of VI. It's just a simple typing. And once you type it, just hit Control X. This will start your computer in single user mode. Okay, now you simply type chroot to mount your file system to sysroot. Type password to change your password. All passwords have been changed, tokens updated, perfect. Now exit out of that sysroot that we did. We are out. Now simply do reboot and your system reboots. Once the system comes back online, you will have the option to log in. You can log in as root or yourself, and that's how you change the root password. I want you to try it in your lab environment and pretend that you have lost your root password, and this is one of the things that you will have to face. I'm telling you, you will have to face when you become a system administrator or take the job in that capacity. Okay, now it's time to look at SOS report. Now, what is SOS report? Well, SOS, it's actually an international code that is used by many people when they are in distress or they want to call out Mayday. So no one really knows exactly what they really stand for, but if you like Google it or go online, you'll find that a few people say SOS stands for like save our soul or save our ship. Anyway, so SOS is something that is called when someone is in really deep trouble and needs help. So this based on the same idea, Red Hat or CentOS created something called SOS report. It's a command. When you run that command, it actually collects all the information about your files, your logs, put it into a package, and it sends it out to them. So again, what's the purpose of this report? Collect and package diagnostic and support data. So the package name that has to be installed on your system, which usually comes pre-installed or pre-packaged when you are installing Red Hat or CentOS in your system, and the package is SOS dash and the version name depending on which version you are running. And the command that you will need to run to collect all that data, all the files and directories, is SOS report. So let's run the SOS report command and see how it works. Okay, so this is my Linux machine. I am logged in as myself. I want you to become root. Okay, so now I'm root. Now simply type SOS report. This is the command. Hit enter. It's going to tell me the SOS report version, which is 3.5. Of course, it changes as you upgrade or update your system. It's telling you right here, this command will collect diagnostic and configuration information from this CentOS Linux system and install the application. And the location of all the files that are collected or copied will be under var/temp, and the file name will be sos dot and so on with the case number or the date and time. Also, it asks you some information to confirm and press enter to continue or control C to quit out of it if you did not intend to run this command or don't want to share your configuration files with Red Hat support or CentOS. So you go ahead and hit enter, and you'll see it will ask you, it will prompt you to enter your first initial and last name. So put in your first initial, last name. Then the next question is, please enter the case ID that you are generating this report for. Now the case ID is something that is given to you when you open up a case with Red Hat. So you called up or you open up online, you said, hey, I'm having issue with my system and so, and they generate a case for you, right? So you will have to enter the case ID here. So for this training purposes, we'll pick an arbitrary number. So let's say 9,000. 9000. Hit enter, and now you'll see it will collect all the configuration files that are located in /etc. It will collect all the logs, it will collect all the system information. So all that information has been packaged together into one file or container, which will be a tar file, and it will be saved in your var/temp directory. The reason we do that is because this way the support do not have to come back to you to ask you to provide certain configuration file or certain information back and forth, back and forth. So they will have all that information beforehand before they started asking you some additional questions. So you'll see right now it's running, it's at 72 out of 799 processor. So it's probably going to take somewhere from 1 minute to 5 minutes, of course, depending on your system. If your system is very heavy, beefed up resources, then it will take a little longer as well. So give it some time. Okay, so the command completed successfully, and now you'll see right here it's telling you your SOS report has been generated and saved in a var temp SOS report with my user ID. And right here, this is the case number that we enter. Of course, the case number will be different in your case, the date and time, and it's a tar file and it's compressed file because it's not that big. So what you have to do is once you go to var temp and then you do ls minus ltr, and you'll see at the bottom this is the file that has been generated. You could ignore the other md5 file. It's just a checksum to make sure it has all the required files that it was looking for. So once you have this file, what do you have to do now? You could just copy it over to Red Hat portal through FTP if you have your communication open from your system to them, or you could simply FTP it to your own desktop, and that's how you upload this file to them. They will look at it and then they will diagnose what the issue is. So that's about SOS report. It's very useful, and it's required every time you become, of course, a system administrator. You will be asked to provide SOS report when you open up a case with Red Hat.
Our next lesson is about listing users who have logged in, let's say, for example, today or any specific day. So what happened is, let's say your manager comes to you and asks you, "Hey, Imran, can you get me a list of all the users who have logged in today? And if they are logged into from a Pacific machine, from a Pacific IP, or even you could say, hey, can you give me a list of users who logged in on July 25th? Then what would happen? You have to actually go in, get for the right command, look for the right options and the right piping commands, and then you run the command. So what if you already have a script that does this type of job for you, and you know that your manager is going to come back to you and ask you the same thing probably like 2 or 3 times a week or a month? So then you need to create a script. So we'll create that script for our manager so he'll be happy. So let's go directly into our machine. And by the way, what the script is going to do is it's going to look for users who are logged in today. That's the first script that we will write. The second, what it will do is within the same script, what we'll do is we will add the user input, meaning we will ask the user, okay, you want me to get a list of all the users, but do you want to get it for a specific day or specific month? So we will give that option, give the leverage to the user so they could simply input the month or date and it will get them that output. Sound interesting, right? So we'll try that. All right, let's go back to our machine, and again, we are logged in as ourself, which directory we are in. Let's go to our professional scripts directory, and I am going to name this script list users. Okay, our regular drill, define our variable, our author, date. I'm going to leave the date out. You could put it in. Description. This script will list users logged in by date. modified. You could pick that too. I'm going to leave that out. I know you are expert now. Okay, so the first thing that it will do is um, now before I write anything, let's write and quit out of this, save it. And if you want to get a list of users by date, what do? You do run last command, right? You hit enter and you get all those users on the first column and the machine, their terminal, the time, and which date they logged in, the time, and if they're still logged in or not. If you do, let's say, last, you'll see these are all the machines that user logged in with from all the machine, the time they're logged in. So we want to know the list of users by the date. So the command we ran already, right? But we don't need all that stuff. We need the simple users. So we have to modify our command, right? So it will be last, and then we will do let's say um, grep for, like, let's say Monday. So it will give us all the Monday and everything. But we also want to make sure that it actually goes by the date. So my manager says, give me all the list of users that are logged in today. So I know I could run that command and I know today's date, right? And I could just simply grep for that. But what if I want the script to run automatically? Then the script needs to know what today's date is. And for it to find out, you'll have to run the date command. And then you could do is simply grep for this date, let's say Friday, August 31st, and then, sorry, first you type the last command and then grep for that specific date, and it will give you only the users for that specific date, right? That's how you do it. But again, script doesn't know what date is today, so script has to run the command date to find today's date and parse it and then put that into the script. So to do that, we'll get back to our script, which is list users, and here first we'll do is we'll define the variable that what is today's date. So today equal, and we'll put the tick. The tick always comes before the date, before the command. So date awk print $1, we want month, $2, $3. This is what we want. And tick again to close it. But what exactly this command is doing? So let's copy this command, save our script, and run it. See, it's giving you the first three fields. So if you just type date, it gives you the three field, the time, the EDT, which is the zone, the year, and bunch of information. So you don't want to get all that information. You just want the first three columns, so you could grep against these columns. So we already defined that in our command, and it will pick only first three columns. Let's get back to our list of users. We already defined that. We put in a variable, and variable is called today. Now we will do is we'll do last, which is to actually run the command, and we want to grep for what? We want to grep for our variable, and variable is what? Today. So basically what it's saying is run the last command and grep for the variable, and variable is this. So this is what it's going to do, and now let's run it. Give permissions. Okay, you see what is happening here? It's saying August, no such file directory, 31st, no such file directory. Why is happening? Let me tell you why. Okay, so let's do the cat of the script. You see, it's when you run this command, it gives you the information, which is Friday, August 31st, and we are passing this output to the grep. But when you do this passing of information of grep, and then you do this entire thing, then the grep doesn't know which to grep for. It has to grep for Friday or August or 31st. So we have to put that in quotes. So the grep would know that this whole thing is one string. Then it'll grep it. So we have to modify our script the same way, list, and we will put the code around our variable. let's clear the screen. Let's run it again. And this time it is giving me all the users that have been logged in today. So system will find out today's date and it will grep for that today's date. So this is our first script that I mentioned that we wanted to do. You have the list, submit it to your manager, and if the manager only wants the user, you can modify your script by doing list, and instead of last and grep today, you could just do awk it to what? Column number 1, because you don't want all that stuff that comes with it, right? So now let's run it, and you'll only get the users, and that's what he or she wants to get the list for, right? Now, next thing is we want to create a script that will ask the user input to pull a user. So what if you have the script which the script knows that I'm going to pull users that logged in today only by default. But now we want to give the power to the user. So the user will define uh, its own variable or its own choices. Let's put it this way. So for that, we'll go back into our Linux list user script. And what we'll do is we'll leave everything as is. And no, sorry, we will actually have to remove it because this one actually is for today and we don't want to grep for today. And we will get rid of this one as well. So you know what? The best thing is instead of deleting this or removing this, oops, just quit out of it and just copy it. List user by input. That's a second. Oops, sorry. Let's use it by input. Okay, so now now we could modify it this way. We could leave the previous script as is and modify the new one. Okay, so let's get rid of it. So description, this script will list users logged in by date or now by, oops, by user input. Okay. Okay, so first thing is it has to ask the user what you're looking for. So whenever you need to ask user, what do you have to do? You have to display the message on the screen. To display the message on the screen is echo. And I'll put quote here because I'm going to put parentheses. So please enter day. And I'll put parentheses, for example, Monday. Because I have to let the user know the example and I'm putting parentheses. That's why when you put parentheses in echo, then I think you would have to put in code. But you could try without code. Hopefully it works. But anyway, just to be sure. Okay, so now you have to read the input. So you do D as for day. Echo, just to put an empty line. Next one you need to ask is, please enter month. For example, August. That's how the user has to enter. Echo again, just put an empty line. Sorry, not echo, read, because we have to read the input. Read M is a variable for month. Echo. Another echo. Now we have to ask another question. Please enter date. For example, 28. Okay, now read the date. D, we already have a variable for it, so we'll put DA. Okay, so we have asked all these questions. Let's put a quick echo here. All right, we have asked already questions and we have added those questions into a variable. Now, what do we want to do next? Next, we want to do is run the command last and grep for quote $D $M $DA. You see how it is going to grep it? It is going to grep the entered month, the entered enter date, enter month, and enter date, and we'll put that variables here, and we'll grep it from the last. Let's run it, and we'll see how it works. List users by input. Please enter day. Perfect. I'll put in Monday, as it say. Please enter month. Let's say August. Please enter date. Now put 28. And it says there is no user that actually has logged in that date. To verify our script runs, let's run just last command just to see if there is actual users who work. So we'll pick Sunday, August 26th. Perfect. Okay. Let me clear the screen so this way you will see clearly. Sunday, August 26th. So we know for sure that this is the day, month that someone in my machine or I have logged in. So when I hit enter, now it's giving me all the users that have been logged in to my Linux machine on this date. Again, if you want to just view the list of users, not the whole information, what you have to do is you just put it at the end, you put in awk $1. And this way it will only give you the users. Clear the screen. Let's run it again. List user by input. Please enter date, Sunday, August 26th. Perfect. This is what we wanted to know, and you could just simply copy and paste it to your email and send it to your boss, and you are happy, he's happy, and your script is done. Next time he comes back to you and says, hey, can you get me that same list again? What do you have to do? You have to run the command to put in all those variables again? No, you have a script. You made your life easy. So you just run the script and there it goes. Now you could go one step further. How is you could actually automate this task by running to the cron job if your manager tells you that I need a list of everyone who logs in on Monday of every month. You could specify that as well. All right. Hopefully it works out for you. Try it out. Try the different options. System is running slow. Okay, this is the lecture where I'm going to cover a lot of commands. So sit tight and make sure you are ready to go over all the commands, because many times you have this issue when people say system is running slow, and you are being reported this problem by someone else, either in your group or somewhere else, or actually you find out your own system is running slow. And what are the things that you have to do? Well, first of all, you need to understand the problem. As I discussed that earlier as well, understanding the problem, where exactly is it coming from, this is the more important thing before you actually start troubleshooting any issue. So you need to find out whether it's processor related, your processor is the one that's running slow, or what exactly the problem is with the disk. Is that the disk is causing the issue? Maybe you have external disk where your system is writing, or you even have your internal disk that probably one of the disks has issues or bad blocks or degraded. You need to find that out. After that, you have to look into the networking too, like file transfer. Like if someone is transferring files from your system to another system or anywhere within the network, you have to find out whether that transfer is causing by processing, a disk issue, or networking itself, or memory that is actually in use. So memory will be the part of the processing as well. Then at the end, we have to know whether it is hardware related. So these are the few things you have to keep in mind, whether it's processing or memory, disk issues, networking issue, or hardware issue. So we have different tools for every one of them. Well, when we are troubleshooting the system slowness issues. So we'll talk about the troubleshooting steps now. The troubleshooting step, the first thing is always check if the right system is reported or you are on the right system. Yes, when someone reports there's a problem with system ABC, and when in fact it's not ABC, it's XYZ. So you need to find out which system they are reporting the problem on, whether it's a database server, it's a system server, or web server. Once you find that out, when you log into that system, of course, always do hostname to check you are on the right system before you start troubleshooting and start digging into it. Because I don't want you to spend like hours and at the end finding out, oh, you are not on the right system. Then we will check the disk space. The disk space, the first thing you'll check is if the disk is full, because most of the time when the disk is full, it will cause problem for everything, whether it's processing, memory, networking, or disk related issues. Everything will be actually end up at the disk. If your disk is 99% full, your memory, your processor cannot do anything at that point because they cannot write to the disk because it's full. So the commands that we'll learn is about df and du, which we already covered, but I'll quickly cover in this lecture as well. Then about the check the processing and memory, of course. And the commands that we'll cover is top, free, list memory. We'll check the proc memory info that is currently in use. We'll check the virtual memory status. PMAP, which will tell me which process, individual process, is using how much memory, not just the entire system. DMI decode, which will tell me some information about the hardware, what type of hardware I have installed in my or added to my system. List CPU, what's the process is listed, how much is it used, how much is it used by other processing. Also the proc CPU info, you could use the same thing that will give you the same output as list CPU. Now we'll cover about the check and disk issues, and the main command that I always use is iostat, and I have it every 5-second interval. So while you're troubleshooting issue, you could run the iostat and check the disk status, meaning what is going out, what is coming in to your system, and what's the status on that traffic going in and out. Then we'll also cover the LSOF, which stands for list open files. Any files that you are any files that are up and open at this point, that is taking up the memory or CPU. What are those files that are open? We'll find those out. That LSOF file, command is also used sometimes when you're trying to unmount a file system and you cannot because it's telling you it's busy, but you don't know how it is busy. Maybe there's a script in it, maybe there's a file in it, in the mounted file system, that is used by another process or another user. So you will use LSOF to find that out, and you could kill that process. Then comes to the check networking part. So the networking commands that we will be using is, the main one is the TCP dump. With -I option, I'll use on the interface. I stands for interface. Also at the same time, we'll use LSOF to see what is listening, what the port is open, and we'll also grep for the listen, what the files are open, what protocol, what sockets are open, and what is it listening to. We'll use netstat -PLNT. And by the way, netstat has been replaced in the newer version of Linux system in CentOS, and Red Hat is replaced with SS as in socket, and same options can be used that were used in netstat. Then there's another command, iftop, which is very useful when you are troubleshooting network related issue. Iftop does not come pre-installed with your operating system. You would have to actually install a couple of packages like yum install apple release, and then you will install yum install iftop. Then this command will be available to you. It's like an add-on command, but it is very useful. That will tell you exactly what is coming in, what is going out, what is being exported, transferred, what is the transfer rate, if it's high, it's low. Then we'll also check the system uptime, because when system is running slow, sometimes what happens, system crashed, and it just, you don't know if it's crashed or not. So you should check whether the system just been booted up or not. So update will give you the time when it has been up and running, and it will also give you the system load every 5, 10, and 15 minutes. That is pretty much the same way the load that you see on the top command. We will also check the logs. Log is one of the main a resource that you have, that where you could actually go in and check if there is something wrong with your operating system, kernel, memory, CPU, hardware. Any type of errors that are reported will be reported in your logs. Then there are other things that you could check on the hardware side that are available to your operating system. And if you cannot get to the hardware issue, you need to actually go into the system console to actually find that information out. Then there are other tools that you could install. Again, these tools are not added when you install the operating system. You would have to install these using your yum command, and some of these tools are htop, iotop, pftraffic, ps account. It's related to the user account status. So these are the few commands. If you want to use it, keep them handy, keep them in your mind. So these are the few commands that you need to know for being a good system administrator. How you will use them, how you will run them in the system, and when you get the output, how are you going to read them. So let's log into my Linux machine, and I will show you each one of these commands one by one, and hopefully we'll cover pretty much all of them. So as I said, first check you are on the right system, or the system that is reported to you is the right system. So for that, you always run the host name, which will tell you, oh yes, this is the right host name, because many times in a bigger organization you have servers, 10, 20 servers using the same host name, but they have 01, 02, or incremental numbers at the end. So just make sure you are logged into the right system. Then check the disk space. That's the first thing you should always do, and to run that you do df minus h. Sorry, df minus h, h for human readable. So this is going to tell you the file system on the left side, the size, what is used, what is available in percentage, and what is it mounted on. All the temp fs can be ignored because these are the memory file system. You could run df minus h, and you could grep minus v to exclude temp fs to exactly see the status. So if you look at my system status, I have a pretty healthy system in terms of disk. The root is at 59%, SD1 is at 1, and the boot is 17. So it's the system at the disk level. The usage of the disk looks okay. If you see anything here that says 99% or 100% or any threshold that you think has exceeded the normal threshold, then you have to check why it is using that much, and for that you would have to use the command du. When you do du minus a to all and specify which file system that you're trying to look for, you'll see all the file system all the files in the system that will show up here, and it will tell you every file and its size. You could do the minus h for human readable as well, and it will tell you in kilobyte, megabyte, or gigabyte as well. If you want to sort this out, you could do sort in the reverse order, so you will see that the highest usage of file at the top. You will do this, and it will sort everything for you, but of course it's gonna go so fast, so you will have to actually more it. So pipe it to more. So it is actually going to the proc, which is just a memory one, so no such file while you're running it. Don't worry about it. You could ignore any of that comes up and says cannot access. But if you are getting an error message that's saying, hey, permission denied, then it definitely means that you are not root. So make sure you are root before you run the du minus a command or h command on any file system, so it could go into every file without getting the permission denied error. Let's clear the screen. Then the next step is about check processing. So let me make this window a little smaller so we could go over the commands one by one. The first one we have top, which we have already covered previously as well. I'm just going to go over quickly again. The first line tells you about the system uptime, how many users are logged in, and the load average in every 5, 10, and 15 minutes. This one tells you total tasks that are running, how many sleeping. This line tells you about the CPU status. This line tells you about the memory status. This line tells you about the swap status. Then coming down, this is the list of every process that you are running in your system. Mostly the high utilized process you will see at the top. The first column is the process ID, who is using it, the virtualization, reservation, shared CPU memory, time, command, and it has a lot of information as well. Then we'll go into the next command, which is free. Free is specifically for memory utilization. You could also do free minus m for if you wanted to see in megabytes. So this will tell you how much memory you have total, how much used, how much free shared, how much is in buffer, and how much is available to be used by the other processes, yes, other scripts or other programs. Okay, now next one we have list memory, lsmem. This is tell you exactly about the memory block size, total online memory that we have available to the system. It is 1 gig total offline memory that is sitting that we are not using, which is 0. We don't have any. So this is going to tell you about your memory as well. Same thing pretty much when you do proc memory info, proc mem info. This is going to tell you exactly what is going on in the system right now. Total memory, free memory, memory available. It has a bunch of information about your memory and how memory is allocated to every process, every pages in your system. So you have to read through it, every one of them. If you really wanted to know exactly what each of them means, if I start explaining them, it's going to take me forever. So I would recommend you could just go to Google and type proc memory info, and it will give you a lot of information about mem info. Then vmstat, which is the virtual memory status. This is telling you about your swap space. Swap is pretty much the same as a virtual memory, how much it has been assigned, well, how much is it free, how much is it in buffer. This would also tell you if you have memory. So if you are running free minus m and you see the total is 991 and used is 991, nothing is used, then the next thing you have to find out is whether you have the same issue with your swap or virtual machine, virtual memory as well. By the way, free can also give you both as well, the regular memory and swap memory as well. So check the memory status, make sure the memory is not used. If it is used, then you actually have to assign more memory to this machine because it is using up a lot of processes. If you run top again, and if you see a lot of processes here and that are using this column right here, this column is used up a lot of memory by a lot of different processes, then you actually have to add more memory. Or you could also use a new command that I'm going to show you, which is pmap. So right here, if you notice, the top command has a process ID 6610. So if I do open up another session, and I type pmap and put in the process ID, then it is telling me this is the total process that is being used by the top command, that are the top process that I'm running. So just that specific information about the PMAP. You could also find out about the other process if you want to know, like let's say process ID 1. This one actually give you the process information, sorry, the memory information of one particular process. Instead of going around and finding out every process, you could check it over here. Okay, so next one is DMID code. DMID code. This is going to give you a lot of information about your hardware, what is inside of your computer. So when you run this, and if you notice you have an issue with the CPU or memory, and you have to actually call the vendor, and the vendor asks you some information about, give me the information about the CPU serial number or memory serial number, or what's the size, or what's the release, or what's the version information, you will find all the information right here. As you can see, the manufacturer information, the product name, the chassis information says manufacturer is Oracle Corporation, so you know who to call when you are trying to open up a case, and with who. So if you do not know which server that you are on, this is the DMID code, will tell you whether it's HP, Oracle machine, Spark machine. Sorry, not Sparks, they have different ones. Like any other hardware, like Dell or any other hardware that run 64-bit operating systems. Okay, then LSCPU, which is kind of similar to LSMEM. It gives you the information about your CPU architecture. CPU architecture is x86 64-bit. It actually supports 32-bit and 64-bit models. The byte size CPU is 1. Any socket, any core per socket. The vendor, CPU family, model name, Intel, CPU megahertz. Everything that you need to know about CPU can also be found in LSCPU. Okay, next one is proc CPU, which is again similar to list CPU. Proc CPU info. If you notice, pretty much the same as the other one, but probably it is rearranged, but it gives you similar information to what you would get with LSCPU. Okay, let's clear the screen. So you have find out so many things about CPU, you know your memory information, your disk information. Now moving on to the disk status. You know the disk, when you run df-h, you see that the disk usage is good, and it's actually 59%. So there isn't a disk in terms of disk capacity issue, but maybe the disk input output disk itself is running in a degraded mode. So for that to find out, you have to run IOStat, meaning input output statistics minus y with 5. I always use that because I kind of used to it. I'll say that this way. There are many other options that you could use with IOStat as well. I would say there are many options with every command that I'm showing you. So the best way is that you run man on every command and find out every options that is available to you. Anyway, let's run IOStat minus y with every 5 seconds. Now this is actually going to the disk, and it's going to ask the disk, give me your statistics every 5 minutes. Every 5 seconds. And here it's telling you your disks. You have 2 disks, SDA, SDB, and it's read, kilobyte written, how much it is reading, how much it is writing. So by looking at my system is running very efficient, because it's pretty much 0.0. Nothing is I don't run any like production type of application on my system, so that's why you see that everything is zero. But if you are running, you will see how it is going through, how much it is KB reading, how much it is writing, how much it is transferring per second. So all that information will show up here. If you see the number very high, it means either you are, of course, writing so much or reading so much, or it's just your disk is simply having some issues reading or writing or actually queuing up the in the entire transactions. So this is about IO stat. Now let's get into networking part. Now you notice you confirmed nothing is wrong with it. Disk, everything looks good at the processor, everything looks good on the memory side. Now let's look at the networking. If your programs are actually involved into transferring or actually receiving, you would have to check the networking. So first command that we will run is TCP dump. It's TCP. Every protocol that goes in and out is mostly on TCP. So with -I option, it's interface. First, you need to find out what interface you're gonna run TCP dump on. So for that, you have to run ifconfig, and you notice my interface is ENP0S3. So I'm gonna run on my TCP dump -I ENPS03, and when I run that ENP, oh, wrong interface, oh, spelled wrong. Okay, now you see it is going so fast because I am in my PC where I'm running my machine, or where I'm actually showing you this whole lecture. It is communicating to this virtual machine. That is why it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So if I just close this or control C out of it and open up another window. By the way, you have to be root to run most of these commands, so always log in root. Now if I try to do ping, let's say Google, www.google.com, it is pinging, but now as it's pinging, I could actually check this traffic on my TCP dump. So let's just grep for, let's say, Google. So as it going down, no, actually, it is actually not going to Google. It's actually going to the IP address. So TCP dump actually is not going to give you Google. It's actually going to give you the IP address. So let me grep for 162.243.10.151. And there you go. See, it's telling me my machine, which name is my first Linux VM, is going. It's to the Google with the protocol ICMP. Anytime you ping a machine, that protocol is known as ICMP. And so this machine, my machine, is using ICMP protocol and pinging this machine, which is Google. The protocol is listed, echo request, and again, this machine, which is Google, coming back to my machine and acknowledging the traffic. It's getting reply. So I am, look at this very carefully. This is my machine going to Google with this protocol and requesting to send the sequence, the length of 64 bytes right here, sequence, time, ICMP. That's what it's telling you. So then when it goes there, the Google is coming back to me and say, hey, I got it. You are the one who's pinging me, and I'm replying back to you and telling you, yes, I'm alive. I'm available. So it's just a simple way of doing TCP dump. If you are trying to troubleshoot an issue where your machine is talking to a database server, then I would say put that database server IP address or use the protocol in the TCP dump. There are different options to use a protocol specifically for that. for that port, sorry, not the protocol, I meant to say the port. If you are going to let's say 192.168.1.13, and that is your database server, and that is using a protocol, let's say 2049. No, sorry, the database protocol is sorry, the port number that is used on database is, anyway, I forgot, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Is so you could actually specify that port number to listen whether this is listening on that port number or not. So TCP dump is a very long kind of discussion that I could go into, but I want you to try it on, and this will give you a lot of information when you're troubleshooting traffic issues. Next one is LSOF, list open files with -i, -p, and -n. This will give you what is open, what is listening. So let's say if my machine, this is the one, is actually running a service, let's say SSH, and I cannot connect from this machine to this machine using SSH, then I will come into this machine, I'll run that command, and I will grep for 22. And as you could see right here, this will list all the established connection and also listening connection. Right here it says SSH is listening on port 22. So I could tell, hey, my machine is listening. I have no problem. It's something is with your machine that's not listening. Or maybe you have it listening, maybe my machine is listening, and probably I have a firewall that is blocking any traffic coming from this machine to my machine. So I have to check firewall as well. Okay, then the next one I have is netstat -plnt. This is pretty much give me the same information that I just typed in a different way. So this is another command. Another thing that I was going to talk to you about is netstat is now deprecated, and the newer command that is used is ss, which stands for socket. You could use the same options to list all your ports that are open or listening. You could also do man on ss, and you will find another utility to investigate sockets that are open. Socket is something that runs on your computer, which actually attaches the port number and opens up every time a traffic comes in on that port or anything that comes in and trying to knock on the door that has 22 label on it. The last one is about check networking, and I have this command iftop, and as I said earlier, iftop is a utility that does not come with your Linux operating system. You have to install that, and to install that you have to run the command yum install apple release and then yum install iftop. I have already installed this command in my system, so I'll run it iftop. And you will see right here, this is telling me about the transfer that is going from to this machine and from this machine to any other place. So if I'm using FTP to transfer some files from one machine to another, or I'm using protocols like NFS or SCP protocol, every time you use them, every time you run those commands, and if you wanted to know how much bandwidth is used and how much megabyte or kilobyte per second is being transferred, this command is amazing. It will give you all that information from to the rate and the in kilobyte, how much it has transferred, how much is remaining, and a whole bunch of information. If you want to learn more about it, I think when you install it, it actually also installed the man pages, I believe. Yes, it did. And it says display bandwidth usage on an interface by host. So use that command. If you do not have it, I would highly recommend you to install it with the instruction I have given you. Next one is check system uptime. See if your system has been rebooted recently. The time is there with the system load average. Moving on, check the logs. All the logs are in var logs. And when you do ls minus l, ltr, whichever the option you prefer, and the best log which have all the information, or the log that I always look for, is messages. I could always do tail minus 100, show me last 100 lines of messages, and I could easily grep for error. There's no error, so I could just take out entire tail, just cat it, and grep for errors. And here I will see if there are any errors that have been reported that might help me find the issue. I would also say look for, always put minus I, by the way. I would also say put warning. I would also say put error. I will say put fail, as in failure. You'll find so many information that could help you troubleshoot the issue. Check the hardware status by logging into the system console. You could do that by logging in. If it's HP, go into ILO, open up a browser, put in the ILO IP, and you will see the logs in there. If it's Dell, put in the iDrag, and if it's other system, every system does have console access. Find that out and log in and find that hardware information or hardware message. The last one are other tools. There are other tools that are available to you. You have to download them as well, just like I downloaded IFTOP. These other tools are also helpful. Some of them like H2 IOTOP. IOTOP is helpful, which works the same way for disks as IOStat. So these are some of the tools. I want you to actually go through them one by one. Read about them. They will definitely help you if you are pursuing system administration type of job or Linux related job or any type of computer related job. You will be using these type of commands quite often. System is running slow. Okay, this is the lecture where I'm going to cover a lot of commands, so sit tight and make sure you are ready to go over all the commands, because many times you have this issue when people say system is running slow, and you are being reported this problem by someone else, either in your group or somewhere else, or actually you find out your own system is running slow. And what are the things that you have to do? Well, first of all, you need to understand the problem, as I discussed that earlier as well. Understanding the problem, where exactly is it coming from, this is the more important thing before you actually start troubleshooting any issue. So you need to find out whether it's processor related, your processor is the one that's running slow, or what exactly the problem is with the disk. Is that the disk is causing the issue? Maybe you have external disk where your system is writing, or you even have your internal disk that probably one of the disks has issues or bad blocks or degraded. You need to find that out. After that, you have to look into the networking too, like file transfer, like if someone is transferring files from your system to another system or anywhere within the network, you have to find out whether that transfer is causing by processing, a disk issue, or networking itself, or memory that is actually in use. So memory will be the part of the processing as well. Then at the end, we have to know whether it is hardware related. So these are the few things you have to keep in mind, whether it's processing or memory, disk issues, networking issue, or hardware issue. So we have different tools for every one of them. Well, when we are troubleshooting the system slowness issues. So we'll talk about the troubleshooting steps now. The troubleshooting step, the first thing is always check if the right system is reported or you are on the right system. Yes, when someone reports there's a problem with system ABC, and when in fact it's not ABC, it's XYZ. So you need to find out which system they are reporting the problem on, whether it's a database server, it's a system server, or web server. Once you find that out, when you log into that system, of course, always do hostname to check you are on the right system before you start troubleshooting and start digging into it. Because I don't want you to spend like hours and at the end finding out, oh, you are not on the right system. Then we will check the disk space. The disk space, the first thing you'll check is if the disk is full, because most of the time when the disk is full, it will cause problem for everything, whether it's processing, memory, networking, or disk related issues. Everything will be actually end up at the disk. If your disk is 99% full, your memory, your processor cannot do anything at that point because they cannot write to the disk because it's full. So the commands that we'll learn is about df and du, which we already covered, but I'll quickly cover in this lecture as well. Then about the check the processing and memory, of course. And the commands that we'll cover is top, free, list memory. We'll check the proc memory info that is currently in use. We'll check the virtual memory status. PMAP, which will tell me which process, individual process, is using how much memory, not just the entire system. DMI decode, which will tell me some information about the hardware, what type of hardware I have installed in my or added to my system. List CPU, what's the process is listed, how much is it used, how much is it used by other processing. Also the proc CPU info, you could use the same thing that will give you the same output as list CPU. Now we'll cover about the check and disk issues, and the main command that I always use is iostat, and I have it every 5-second interval. So while you're troubleshooting issue, you could run the iostat and check the disk status, meaning what is going out, what is coming in to your system, and what's the status on that traffic going in and out. Then we'll also cover the LSOF, which stands for list open files. Any files that you are any files that are up and open at this point, that is taking up the memory or CPU. What are those files that are open? We'll find those out. That LSOF file command is also used sometimes when you're trying to unmount a file system and you cannot because it's telling you it's busy, but you don't know how it is busy. Maybe there's a script in it, maybe there's a file in it, in the mounted file system, that is used by another process or another user. So you will use LSOF to find that out, and you could kill that process. Then comes to the check networking part. So the networking commands that we will be using is, the main one is the TCP dump. With -I option, I'll use on the interface. I stands for interface. Also at the same time, we'll use LSOF to see what is listening, what the port is open, and we'll also grab for the listen what the files are open, what protocol, what sockets are open, and what is it listening to. We'll use netstat -PLNT. And by the way, netstat has been replaced in the newer version of Linux system in CentOS and Red Hat, is replaced with SS as in socket, and same options can be used that were used in netstat. Then there's another command, iftop, which is very useful when you are troubleshooting network related issue. Iftop does not come pre-installed with your operating system. You would have to actually install a couple of packages like yum install apple release, and then you will install yum install iftop. Then this command will be available to you. It's like an add-on command, but it is very useful. That will tell you exactly what is coming in, what is going out, what is being exported, transferred, what is the transfer rate, if it's high, it's low. Then we'll also check the system uptime, because when system is running slow, sometimes what happens, system crashed, and it just, you don't know if it's crashed or not. So you should check whether the system just been booted up or not. So update will give you the time when it has been up and running, and it will also give you the system load every 5, 10, and 15 minutes. That is pretty much the same way the load that you see on the top command. We will also check the logs. Log is one of the main a resource that you have that where you could actually go in and check if there is something wrong with your operating system, kernel, memory, CPU, hardware. Any type of errors that are reported will be reported in your logs. Then there are other things that you could check on the hardware side that are available to your operating system. And if you cannot get to the hardware issue, you need to actually go into the system console to actually find that information out. Then there are other tools that you could install. Again, these tools are not added when you install the operating system. You would have to install these using your yum command, and some of these tools are htop, iotop, pf traffic, ps account. It's related to the user account status. So these are the few commands. If you want to use it, keep them handy, keep them in your mind. So these are the few commands that you need to know for being a good system administrator. How you will use them, how you will run them in the system, and when you get the output, how are you going to read them. So let's log into my Linux machine, and I will show you each one of these commands one by one, and hopefully we'll cover pretty much all of them. So as I said, first check you are on the right system, or the system that is reported to you is the right system. So for that, you always run the host name, which will tell you, oh yes, this is the right host name, because many times in a bigger organization you have servers, 10, 20 servers using the same host name, but they have 01, 02, or incremental numbers at the end. So just make sure you are logged into the right system. Then check the disk space. That's the first thing you should always do, and to run that you do df minus h. Sorry, df minus h, h for human readable. So this is going to tell you the file system on the left side, the size, what is used, what is available in percentage, and what is it mounted on. All the temp fs can be ignored because these are the memory file system. You could run df minus h, and you could grep minus v to exclude temp fs to exactly see the status. So if you look at my system status, I have a pretty healthy system in terms of disk. The root is at 59%. SD1 is at 1, and the boot is 17. So it's the system at the disk level. The usage of the disk looks okay. If you see anything here that says 99% or 100% or any threshold that you think has exceeded the normal threshold, then you have to check why it is using that much, and for that you would have to use the command du. When you do du minus a to all and specify which file system that you're trying to look for, you'll see all the file system all the files in the system that will show up here, and it will tell you every file and its size. You could do the minus h for human readable as well, and it will tell you in kilobyte, megabyte, or gigabyte as well. If you want to sort this out, you could do sort in the reverse order, so you will see that the highest usage of file at the top, you will do this, and it will sort everything for you. But of course it's gonna go so fast, so you will have to actually more it, so pipe it to more. So it is actually going to the proc, which is just a memory one, so no such file while you're running it. Don't worry about it. You could ignore any of that comes up and says cannot access. But if you are getting an error message that's saying, hey, permission denied, then it definitely means that you are not root. So make sure you are root before you run the du minus a command or h command on any file system, so it could go into every file without getting the permission denied error. Let's clear the screen. Then the next step is about check processing. So let me make this window a little smaller so we could go over the commands one by one. The first one we have top, which we have already covered previously as well. I'm just going to go over quickly again. The first line tells you about the system uptime, how many users are logged in, and the load average in every 5, 10, and 15 minutes. This one tells you total tasks that are running, how many sleeping. This line tells you about the CPU status. This line tells you about the memory status. This line tells you about the swap status. Then coming down, this is the list of every process that you are running in your system. Mostly the high utilized process you will see at the top. The first column is the process ID, who is using it, the virtualization, reservation, shared CPU memory, time, command, and it has a lot of information as well. Then we'll go into the next command, which is free. Free is specifically for memory utilization. You could also do free minus M for if you wanted to see in megabytes. So this will tell you how much memory you have total, how much used, how much free shared, how much is in buffer, and how much is available to be used by the other processes, yes, other scripts or other programs. Okay, now next one we have list memory, LSMEM. This is tell you exactly about the memory block size, total online memory that we have available to the system. It is 1 gig total offline memory that is sitting that we are not using, which is 0. We don't have any. So this is going to tell you about your memory as well. Same thing pretty much when you do proc memory info, proc mem info. This is going to tell you exactly what is going on in the system right now. Total memory, free memory, memory available. It has a bunch of information about your memory and how memory is allocated to every process, every pages in your system. So you have to read through it, every one of them. If you really wanted to know exactly what each of them means, if I start explaining them, it's going to take me forever. So I would recommend you could just go to Google and type proc memory info, and it will give you a lot of information about mem info. Then vmstat, which is the virtual memory status. This is telling you about your swap space. Swap is pretty much the same as a virtual memory, how much it has been assigned, well, how much is it free, how much is it in buffer. This would also tell you if you have memory. So if you are running free minus M and you see the total is 991 and used is 991, nothing is used, then the next thing you have to find out is whether you have the same issue with your swap or virtual machine, virtual memory as well. By the way, free can also give you both as well, the regular memory and swap memory as well. So check the memory status, make sure the memory is not used. If it is used, then you actually have to assign more memory to this machine because it is using up a lot of processes. If you run top again, and if you see a lot of processes here and that are using this column right here, this column is used up a lot of memory by a lot of different processes, then you actually have to add more memory. Or you could also use a new command that I'm going to show you, which is pmap. So right here, if you notice, the top command has a process ID 6610. So if I do open up another session, and I type pmap and put in the process ID, then it is telling me this is the total process that is being used by the top command, that are the top process that I'm running. So just that specific information about the pmap. You could also find out about the other process if you want to know, like let's say process ID 1. This one actually give you the process information, sorry, the memory information of one particular process. Instead of going around and finding out every process, you could check it over here. Okay, so next one is DMID code. DMID code. This is going to give you a lot of information about your hardware, what is inside of your computer. So when you run this, and if you notice you have an issue with the CPU or memory, and you have to actually call the vendor, and the vendor asks you some information about, give me the information about the CPU serial number or memory serial number, or what's the size, or what's the release, or what's the version information, you will find all that information right here. As you can see, the manufacturer information, the product name, the chassis information says manufacturer is Oracle Corporation, so you know who to call when you are trying to open up a case and with who. So if you do not know which server that you are on, this is the DMID code, will tell you whether it's HP, Oracle machine, Spark machine. Sorry, not Sparks, they have different ones. Like any other hardware like Dell or any other hardware that run 64-bit operating systems. Okay, then LSCPU, which is kind of similar to LSMEM. It gives you the information about your CPU architecture. CPU architecture is x86 64-bit. It actually supports 32-bit and 64-bit models. The byte size CPU is 1. Any socket, any core per socket. The vendor, CPU family, model name, Intel, CPU megahertz. Everything that you need to know about CPU can also be found in LSCPU. Okay, next one is proc CPU, which is again similar to list CPU. Proc CPU info. If you notice, pretty much the same as the other one, but probably it is rearranged, but it gives you similar information to what you would get with LSCPU. Okay, let's clear the screen. So you have find out so many things about CPU. You know your memory information, your disk information. Now moving on to the disk status. You know the disk. When you run df-h, you see that the disk usage is good, and it's actually 59%. So there isn't a disk in terms of disk capacity issue, but maybe the disk input output disk itself is running in a degraded mode. So for that to find out, you have to run IOStat, meaning input output statistics minus y with 5. I always use that because I kind of used to it. I'll say that this way. There are many other options that you could use with IOStat as well. I would say there are many options with every command that I'm showing you. So the best way is that you run man on every command and find out every options that is available to you. Anyway, let's run IOStat minus y with every 5 seconds. Now this is actually going to the disk, and it's going to ask disk, give me your statistics every 5 minutes. Every 5 seconds. And here it's telling you your disks. You have 2 disks, SDA, SDB, and it's read, kilobyte written, how much it is reading, how much it is writing. So by looking at my system is running very efficient, because it's pretty much 0.0. Nothing is I don't run any like production type of application on my system, so that's why you see that everything is 0. But if you are running, you will see how it is going through, how much it is KB reading, how much it is writing, how much it is transferring per second. So all that information will show up here. If you see the number very high, it means either you are of course writing so much, or reading so much, or it's just your disk is simply having some issues reading or writing or actually queuing up the in the entire transactions. So this is about IO stat. Now let's get into networking part. Now you notice you confirmed nothing is wrong with the disk. Everything looks good at the processor. Everything looks good on the memory side. Now let's look at the networking. If your programs are actually involved into transferring or actually receiving, you would have to check the networking. So first command that we will run is TCP dump. It's TCP. Every protocol that goes in and out is mostly on TCP. So with -I option, it's interface. First, you need to find out what interface you're going to run TCP dump on. So for that, you have to run ifconfig, and you notice my interface is ENP0S3. So I'm going to run on my TCP dump -I ENPS03, and when I run that ENP, oh, wrong interface, oh, spelled wrong. Okay, now you see it is going so fast because I am in my PC where I'm running my machine, or where I'm actually showing you this whole lecture. It is communicating to this virtual machine. That is why it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So if I just close this or control C out of it and open up another window. By the way, you have to be root to run most of these commands, so always log in root. Now if I try to do ping, let's say Google, www.google.com, it is pinging, but now as it's pinging, I could actually check this traffic on my TCP dump. So let's just grep for, let's say, Google. So as it going down, no, actually, it is actually not going to Google. It's actually going to the IP address. So TCP dump actually is not going to give you Google. It's actually going to give you the IP address. So let me grep for 162.243.10.151. And there you go. See, it's telling me my machine, which name is my first Linux VM, is going. It's to the Google with the protocol ICMP. Anytime you ping a machine, that protocol is known as ICMP. And so this machine, my machine, is using ICMP protocol and pinging this machine, which is Google. The protocol is listed, echo request, and again this machine, which is Google, coming back to my machine and acknowledging the traffic. It's getting reply. So I am, look at this very carefully, this is my machine going to Google with this protocol and requesting to send the sequence, the length of 64 bytes right here, sequence, time, ICMP. That's what it's telling you. So then when it goes there, the Google is coming back to me and say, hey, I got it. You are the one who's pinging me, and I'm replying back to you and telling you, yes, I'm alive, I'm available. So it's just a simple way of doing TCP dump. If you are trying to troubleshoot an issue where your machine is talking to a database server, then I would say put that database server IP address or use the protocol in the TCP dump. There are different options to use the protocol specifically for that. For that port, sorry, not the protocol, I meant to say the port. If you are going to let's say 192.168.1.13, and that is your database server, and that is using a protocol, let's say 2049, no, sorry, the database protocol is sorry, the port number that is used on database is, anyway, I forgot, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So you could actually specify that port number to listen whether this is listening on that port number or not. So TCP dump is a very long kind of discussion that I could go into, but I want you to try it on, and this will give you a lot of information when you're troubleshooting traffic issues. Next one is LSOF, list open files with -i, -p, and -n. This will give you what is open, what is listening. So let's say if my machine, this is the one, is actually running a service, let's say SSH, and I cannot connect from this machine to this machine using SSH, then I will come into this machine, I'll run that command, and I will grep for 22. And as you could see right here, this will list all the established connection and also listening connection. Right here it says SSH is listening on port 22. So I could tell, hey, my machine is listening. I have no problem. It's something is with your machine that's not listening. Or maybe you have it listening. Maybe my machine is listening, and probably I have a firewall that is blocking any traffic coming from this machine to my machine. So I have to check firewall as well. Okay, then the next one I have is netstat -plnt. This is pretty much give me the same information that I just typed in a different way. So this is another command. Another thing that I was going to talk to you about is netstat is now deprecated, and the newer command that is used is ss, which stands for socket. You could use the same options to list all your ports that are open or listening. You could also do man on ss, and you will find another utility to investigate sockets that are open. Socket is something that runs on your computer, which actually attaches the port number and opens up every time a traffic comes in on that port or anything that comes in and trying to knock on the door that has 22 label on it. The last one is about check networking, and I have this command iftop, and as I said earlier, iftop is a utility that does not come with your Linux operating system. You have to install that, and to install that you have to run the command yum install apple release and then yum install iftop. I have already installed this command in my system, so I'll run it iftop. And you will see right here, this is telling me about the transfer that is going from to this machine and from this machine to any other place. So if I'm using FTP to transfer some files from one machine to another, or I'm using protocols like NFS or SCP protocol, every time you use them, every time you run those commands, and if you wanted to know how much bandwidth is used and how much megabyte or kilobyte per second is being transferred, this command is amazing. It will give you all that information from to the rate and in kilobyte, how much it has transferred, how much is remaining, and a whole bunch of information. If you want to learn more about it, I think when you install it, it actually also installed the man pages, I believe. Yes, it did. And it says display bandwidth usage on an interface by host. So use that command. If you do not have it, I would highly recommend you to install it with the instruction I have given you. Next one is check system uptime. See if your system has been rebooted recently. The time is there with the system load average. Moving on, check the logs. All the logs are in var logs. And when you do ls-l, ltr, whichever the option you prefer, and the best log which have all the information, or the log that I always look for, is messages. I could always do tail -100, show me last 100 lines of messages, and I could easily grep for error. There's no error, so I could just take out entire tail, just cat it and grep for errors. And here I will see if there are any errors that have been reported that might help me find the issue. I would also say look for, always put -i by the way. I would also say put warning. I would also say put error. I will say put fail as in failure. You'll find so many information that could help you troubleshoot the issue. Check the hardware status by logging into the system console. You could do that by logging in. If it's HP, go into ILO, open up a browser, put in the ILO IP, and you will see the logs in there. If it's Dell, put in the iDrag, and if it's other system, every system does have console access. Find that out and log in and find that hardware information or hardware message. The last one are other tools. There are other tools that are available to you. You have to download them as well, just like I downloaded IFTOP. These other tools are also helpful. Some of them like H2 IOTop. IOTop is helpful, which works the same way for disks as IOStat. So these are some of the tools. I want you to actually go through them one by one. Read about them. They will definitely help you if you are pursuing system administration type of job or Linux related job or any type of computer related job. You will be using these type of commands quite often. Rolling back updates and patches. So as a system administrator or system engineer, one of your responsibility is that you need to update your system or install patches that are vulnerable to the system and keep your system updated. So we often run a system updates command, yum updates and yum upgrades to apply those patches to keep the system updated. But sometimes what happens is when you do the updates, there are or there could be some compatibility issues. Those compatibility issues could occur with your database or your application that you're running. Maybe the new updates are not compatible with the application version you're running. So at that time, you need to find a way to roll back. And in this lecture, this is what I'm going to cover, how we could get into that problem and how we could fix it. Now, first thing first is, if you are using a virtual machine, which I think you most likely you are, and most of the corporate environment platform is now run on virtual machine. So the best thing and the best practice to have a virtual machine and do the updates is that you create a virtual machine snapshot before you apply any updates or patches or download any packages from the repositories or even third-party vendors. So if you have a virtual machine, what do you need to do? You take a snapshot of the existing machine, and if something goes wrong, you could always revert back. So that's the best option you have if you are running a virtual machine. Now, if you are running a physical machine, then of course you do not have the option to create a snapshot and you're out of luck. Most of the time when developers are testing their code, they also rely heavily on snapshots. And of course, snapshots happen on virtual machines, not on physical machine. So now coming down to physical machine. If you have a physical machine, then you're gonna have that problem to not revert back to anything. Then what do? Well, roll back a package or patch is that you first install yum install package name. That's how you install a new package. And then you could run yum history undo followed by the ID of that package name that was installed. So this is mostly you would do when you have a physical machine. So you run a rollback on update, meaning when you want to roll back an update instead of just a package. So there is one package, let's say NTP package. You install that package, but you wanted to remove that package, or you updated that package, but now you want to downgrade that update. That is very easy to do it on one specific package or one specific patch. But now, when you are talking about rolling back an update, this is a huge thing because update could include hundreds to thousand updates to your packages that you have installed. So based on the recommendation, this is exactly the entire recommendation from Red Hat or CentOS or in many Linux flavors. And that is downgrading a system to minor version when you do the update. For example, RHEL 7.1 to 7.0, it is not recommended at all, as this might leave the system in undesired or unstable state. So if you wanted to read that statement again, please read it again, that doing the downgrade from 7.1 or 7.5 to an older version, definitely not recommended. You could do the downgrade if you have a virtual machine. If you have taken a snapshot, then you could definitely go back and revert back to the older snapshot. That is perfectly fine. But if you have already updated your system and your system has an updated version, then please, I would definitely recommend it. Do not touch it, and at that point I would say just go ahead and install fresh to the version that you want to have it compatible with your application. So if you still decide to roll back an update or an upgrade, then here are a step. Now there are two things that you also have to keep in mind right here. One is there are two type of system update you could do. One is actual the update and one is the upgrade. You could do yum update. What exactly this command do? This command actually update and will preserve the old updates, whereas upgrade, yum upgrade, will delete obsolete packages. So when you run the yum update, it will keep the older packages with the system. It's not gonna remove them. When you run yum upgrade, you will upgrade to the newer version and it will actually remove old packages. So then if you have already ran the yum upgrade, then most likely you're not going to have the option to roll back at all at this point. So let's see if you have done the yum update. Great. Now what's the next step? Next step is you will do the same thing as if you were doing this for one specific package, is that you run yum history space undo space the ID of that specific task that you did, and that specific task is yum update, and it will actually remove all those updates that it has applied and it will revert back to the older version. And of course, hopefully this works, but there is no guarantee that it will actually be or leave the system in a stable condition. Anyway, good luck with that. But let's try on our Linux machine how we could go and roll back a patch or package and how we could roll back an update. So before you start doing any downloads or updates or upgrades to your system, I would recommend you take a snapshot of your virtual machine if you are using a virtual machine. My virtual environment is running on Oracle VirtualBox platform. So what I'm going to do is, this is my machine that is running. So I'm going to take a snapshot by clicking here. And I'm going to name the snapshot. Most of the time I name it with the date when it was taken. And I click OK. This is going to take the exact same snapshot, the exact same the state of the machine that it is right now. So if I wanted to change anything afterwards from this point on, I could always come back to this state by clicking here and go to revert to snapshot to this one. So now I have taken snapshot. Now let's move on to doing our package install, and let's move on to doing the yum update or upgrade, whatever that we have to do. So let me log into my Linux machine. I have the Linux machine right here, and I will go over each of this command to show you how you could roll back and a package or patch, or you could roll back an entire update. So I've logged in as root, and I am going to install a package as an example in my Linux machine, and that package I will use Screen. A screen is just a package that allows you to record session or do certain functions on while you are putting in to your Linux machine. Anyway, so when we run this command yum install screen, it will go online and check for any dependency. It found the package and it says the total download size is 552K, install size is 91K. Is this okay? You want to go ahead and install it? Yes, I want to go ahead and install it. Alright, it's actually going to the repository, checking if there are any dependencies. Okay, so it says installed. So I could verify if it has installed by running command rpm -qa and grep for screen. And it came up with exactly the package that it has installed. This is the one. Okay, so now we have downloaded the package, perfect, but now we wanted to downgrade or remove that package, or if the package already exists, then of course downgrade, because it isn't compatible with the application that we are running. So at this point I will run a yum history command, and this command would tell me that the latest one, the command that I ran, is right here. As root, I ran at this time, at this date, and I used the install, and it altered one package. So the ID is 17. So if I wanted to downgrade or remove it, I would do yum history undo, and the ID, the task ID. So hit enter, and it's saying that it's going to remove this package screen, remove one package, and then you go ahead and hit yes. And now it is completed. Now you could go ahead and rpm -qa and grep for screen to see if it's still there. It is not there. It has the genome screen, which is not exactly one that I'm looking for. Anyway, so if you had an older version of the package, then it would not have removed it. It would have downgraded it to the older version. Okay, so now this is about a single package or a single patch that you apply. Now let's talk about when you perform an update to your system. Then of course, as I said before, this is not recommended, and I wouldn't recommend you guys try that unless you actually have a proper support from Red Hat or whichever the Linux operating system you're using. Okay, so if I'm doing update, so let's run the update yum update. As I said, always use yum update instead of upgrade, because upgrade will remove the obsolete packages or delete obsolete packages, the older packages, so you cannot roll back anymore. So let's do yum update, hit enter. This is going to get a list of everything that needs to be updated. I have a total updates that needs to be updated is 159 packages. The size is there. Is it okay? Yes, go ahead and install. So I hit Y, and it is going through the entire list of packages that needs to be updated. Now at this point I am going to fast forward this because this might take a little longer depending on your system and depending on your Ethernet or internet speed. Okay, so the updates have been completed. We could verify it by running yum history and list or all, but for now just put yum history, and you'll see right up there on the top number 19, the task 19 is to install or update, and this is the date and the time that was done. Now if you want to undo anything like that, I would recommend you that you take a snapshot of your virtual machine if you are running a virtual machine. If you are not, then of course then you would have to have a support from any enterprise level support on the Linux platform you're running. Okay, so as we have this list or the history of our yum command, we notice that the number 19 is the one that we wanted to undo. So we will do the same command as if you were doing to undo a package. Yum history, undo, and the task number is number 19. So let's run 19 here. Okay, we are getting that downgrades total packages of 159. You could go ahead and hit Y. It will downgrade and remove any packages that were installed there. But I'm not going to do that. But if you really have to do because of the compatibility issue, go ahead and hit Y and it will go through the entire process of downgrading or removing and cleanup process. So if you run into issue, the good thing is that you do have the snapshot, so you could always revert to that snapshot that you taken if things goes wrong. So that's how you do the rollback. I hope this lecture serves its purpose. If you have any question, please send me a message, and good luck.